Okay, I was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey, 1926, 26th of December. One of 4 boys and a girl, Robert, John, James, Sister Louise, and Brother Bill, in that order. My mother was Bertha Mundy Collins, and John Lawrence Collins is my father. My father and his parents emigrated from Ireland, and he was born in New York City as a young child. And I'm not sure what happened, but he was given later on to Uncle Danny Collins. That's where he got his name from. His name was actually Harrison. So he was brought up by Uncle Danny. And in those days, when the immigrants came over, they sometimes had big families. They couldn't support them. They'd hand them out to relatives, and that may be how my daddy got with Uncle Danny Collins. So I never did know his parents, just Danny Collins. So the next morning I went down and introduced myself to Hewlin Smith. Never had seen him before. Met the gals, the women, the secretaries in the office, and met Charlie Skelton. I never had seen him, just talked on the phone with him, And by the way, I forgot to tell you, at times, since D.C. Jones didn't pay the broadcast fee, we never had the broadcast from New York, didn't come. And the telephone company said, well, the guy hadn't paid his telephone bill, they cut him off. So D.C. somehow would go to his daddy and get enough money to pay the telephone bill that brought the broadcast in, That's how the station went. That's when I figured out from Charlie Skelton, you better get out of here. These other guys left without any money. I said, well, I'll tell you the story how I got my money. So I got down to Laredo, told them that story naturally. He said, well, I'll take you out to the transmitter. It's right on the banks of the Rio Grande River. And it's a house that we converted into a broadcast station. The big transmitter, big high, with all these big tubes in it. And it used to be the living room, and a little bedroom there, and a kitchen, shower, and toilet, and a little back porch, front porch. Front porch is windows. It was a, complete room, so to speak. So, and across the street was all these Mexican people that picked vegetables up yonder. I didn't know that to begin with, but what had happened when the turnip and potato season or whatever it was up north, the whole town emptied out. It was 60,000 people, and probably 500 were Mexican laborers that went up north to pick vegetables. So at that time, which I don't remember the time of the year, these things were ripe up there, the town was empty. So there was very few Anglos. But what would happen on Sundays, I didn't have a car, but I was saving up for a car. So I was eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, period. That's what I was living on, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and a Coke. I wasn't a coffee guy, I didn't make coffee, I didn't have a coffee pot. But I was saving my money. And on Sunday, when I was off, I would walk up, I was got a mile or so up to a main highway and you could flag down these trailway buses. You could flag them down in any place. Stick your arm in, they'd stop, pick you up, and you'd pay cash. And say, where are you going? I'm going here. I'm going to town. I'd pay some, and I'd go downtown and eat a real meal, a regular cafe meal. And one time I caught some bug downtown eating. I was sick as a dog with rotten food. Something was bad. I was sick for 3 days, but that was the only time. But then there was also a grocery store about 8 or 10 blocks from the radio station, and I'd walk up there to get my peanut butter and jelly and the bread, and they were all Mexicans, so I was learning Spanish by talking to these guys. This man, I forget his name, he could speak some English, and so I was picking up on Spanish as I went down to Laredo to eat, and also from the grocery store. And trying to meld in with the rest of the troop, anyway. So I was enjoying myself, and I would open the transmitter at 5:30, and at 7 o'clock, a Mexican guy got on and had Mexican music for the first hour. And then the next hour was country western, the next hour was this, and then broadcast from New York. You know, we had segued like that. And one morning, Hewlett and I had to stay up at 3 o'clock in the morning. The transmitter went up the spout. We worked on that transmitter to get it going for the next morning. So I went to bed about 3:30. Well, I didn't get up at 6:30. So the guy normally calls me from the studio, says, "Are you ready to go on the air?" He was running late, so he didn't want anybody to know he's late, so he didn't call me. Can you believe? He didn't want anybody to know he's late, so he didn't call me. So about 10 o'clock, Hewlett says, "What's the matter? The people are calling the radio station." I said, "I'm awake. I'm sleeping." What happened? So we told him we got to go back on. That's how things work there. Country, that's some kind of thing. And then finally, what happened, this is about a year I'm there, and I'm living out there and saving money, and bought that 48 Plymouth that we ended up in Beaumont and Longview with. And it needed an overhaul. What had happened is a company that owned the Plymouth was repossessing cars all over the valley. In Laredo, San Antonio, they possessed cars and they tow it. Therefore, it ruined the engine of this Plymouth. You can imagine that, towing a car with a Plymouth all over, hundreds of mile trips, you know. So this other guy, I can't think of his name, the other engineer, the good mechanic, so he and I overhauled the engine, put new valves, moved rings. We did an overhaul on that job outside the transmitter building. Of course, you didn't have to be in there. You just run in there. You had the music playing. You knew the transmitter was on. You could hear the station. You know, so we were outside the door. We'd run in, read the. We had to read the meters and record it. We'd do that and run back out there and work on the car. We got that car going. Yeah, so that's what I ended up coming to Beaumont with. Anyway, I liked it. And then what happened? The guy that owned the radio station from Chicago. He was a World War II fighter pilot, a famous pilot, so he said, ribbons. He bought a Bonanza, V-tail Bonanza plane. Really expensive plane in those days, a real good plane, 4-passenger, speedy, because he was ex-pilot. And he married a woman in Chicago, the daughter of Libby owns Ford Glass Company. I don't know where she's Libby or the Ford or whatever. Big money woman. So he got this woman to marry her. I'm sure he blew in her ear. And he said, you know, I always wanted to own a radio station. So he got on, didn't have internet, he got somehow and found out KPAB Laredo was for sale. And I'll back up, the reason it was for sale. See, he paid a lot of money, I don't know. And he came down to Laredo with his entourage, with his buddies or whatever. He was a millionaire now from Missouri. And he lived like a millionaire. He had a plane out the airport there and through these big parties. They bought a big house there, you know, luxurious house, you know, party. And the thing is, he didn't know anything about broadcast either, about selling advertisements. He was skating along. He didn't make a little money. And I would go to him. We broadcasted the Laredo Apache baseball team. It was a baseball team, Corpus Christi, Harlingen, all those towns. It was whatever the league was. And I would go with him to set up the broadcasting equipment. So we got to Brownsville one time and broadcasting. Of course, I drove my car and he drove his car. And no, we wasn't his car, I beg your pardon. And he would go out partying someplace and leave me the car. And I didn't drive very much, I drove around town a little bit. Lonesome. And he would, soon we got to, he filled the bathroom tub up with ice cubes, and put a beer, whole thing for the beer. And all the players would come in there and drink beer and party. And they'd go over out someplace, and I'd be there but in a hotel room by myself, which is fine to me. We had 2 beds there. And he'd stay out half the night. But anyway, he was trying to find out he was cheating on his wife, but I found that out way later, you know. But anyway, we did that for a while, and I remember we was in Corpus Christi And I didn't have some piece of equipment, so I called the chief engineer at the broadcast station in Corpus and borrowed some piece of equipment. I came away Laredo without. And we broadcast the games. He was a good broadcaster. He knew sports. So we sat up there and broadcast the Corpus Christi. I can't think of the name. It was a bird, a seabird, not pelicans. Anyway, and we were Laredo Apaches. So that was part of my job. And then, this old boy, and I can't think of his name, he said, you know what, I want to throw a party and have a big dance for all the Anglos that are here. And he brought this big band from that broadcast nationally, some big name band, down to Laredo, going to have this big party at the school gymnasium. That was the only place, biggest place you could have a party. And I was going to broadcast it, So, and the party began, and it was probably 15 or 20 couples there. He figured it'll fill the gym. It was a bust. It was all, Hispanics in that town. There were many Anglos, but nobody showed up. So the band just started getting drunk, and everybody just had a band. It was a bust. It was a bust. I'm telling you. Well, after that, I think his wife got tired of the broadcast station business, and she wanted to go home, or whatever. So he said, okay, I'm going to sell the station. So he sold it to the newspaper, Laredo Times, which is a good thing to sell it to the news, because the advertising in the paper could be advertised on the radio. The thing is, he didn't get the FCC approval. You can't sell a radio without getting approval from the FCC. So somewhere along the line, the FCC found out of it and shut the station down. So we were out of a job. And I remember we all went to the courthouse to see the trial. Well, of course, he lost. He lost the station. He didn't go to jail, but he lost the station. And the newspaper lost the station until they could get the paperwork going. But we couldn't wait. So Hewlin and this other engineer and I got, and Hewlin's car was a 48 Ford, a four-door sedan. And Hewlin says, I know a guy in Port Arthur that has a radio station that needs engineers. He said, I know the guy personally. So me and this other guy will go to Beaumont. We drove all night long, and we stopped at that restaurant where Mother and I used to go. What was that? That drive-in there? Anyways, this big drive-in. And we made a pact. He said, okay, Jim, you're here in Beaumont, try to find your job, but we made a pact. Nobody's going home to Laredo until we all have jobs. So they went and got jobs. So I didn't know that at the time. And I just walked out and pig stand. That's where we used to go. That's where Mother and I met. We used to go. I walked downtown. I knew where there was a radio station, downtown, KPRC, downtown, right on the river. The tower was right on the river in Beaumont. And I walked in there, hadn't shaved that night, because probably looked decent. And I said, the girl said, may I have it? I said, yeah, I'm a broadcast engineer looking for a job. He said, well, let me see it. The chief engineer happens to be here. Let me go get him. So he came out and he introduced, he said, come in my office, talk to me. So I told him the history of the station going. He said, yeah, that'll happen. You don't get the approval, FCC, those things happen. He said, you're in luck. We're now starting an FM transmitter, which is new. At 1949, it's new, brand new. And we're going to put the tower on top of the hotel downtown, a small tower, because the hotel's hundreds of feet tall. I'll think of the name of the hotel. And he said, you'll be the engineer on top of that thing. I said, great. So I won't walk back, and there was Hewlin and this guy eating breakfast. And I said, I'm hungry, I need it. So, gee, you got to tell us, did you get a job? I said, did y'all get a job? He said, yeah, we was afraid of death. You did. I said, I got a job too. Whoa, I eat breakfast, and we got in that thing, and headed back, and I jumped into the 48 Plymouth, headed right back, and got in a newspaper, and that's how they advertised rooms for rent, and I found a room for rent. Avenue D in Beaumont, Texas, 1424 Avenue D. I remember it, for an old lady sit in a room with a radio on. I had a bedroom in the back. You talk about lonesome. As lonesome as I was down at KRA. I mean, I'd come in, she said, I locked the door at 10 o'clock, so I had to be in by 10 o'clock. And of course, that was all right. The station, FM didn't come on at 6 o'clock in the morning. That was a daytime station. They came on like at 10 or something like that, so I had time to get up and go get something to eat. But anyway, I didn't like that very much. But anyway, I worked at the broadcast station, and I was tired of that. I said, I want to get something more interesting, because all you have to do is read meters, and if something goes wrong, you got to fix it. But if it's new equipment, it very seldom goes wrong, so you just read meters every hour. So I went back to the FCC office in the courthouse there in Beaumont, and that's where I got my license. So I walked in there, and I remember the secretary's name, I can't think of it now. They said, hi, Mr. Collins, you hadn't been gone very long since you got your license. I said, I worked here and there. It's been about a year and a half or 2 years, and I'm looking for a job. He said, well, you just missed a man named Lowell McDaniel, comes Sunall Company looking for a technician. They're putting in a two-way radio system, and they're looking for technicians. I said, give me that man's name, number. So I called him up, got an interview the next day, and they hired me. Bam, just like that. Technician for Sunall. That's how I got my job. So, moved all my clothes back to, well, no, I was living in that hotel. Then I got an apartment, a garage apartment. And then Jerry Dormany showed up. He was working at a radio station in Beaumont, and we met again. And so we got an apartment, a garage apartment together. You know, in those days, every place had a garage apartment in the back, the garage underneath the apartment. You know, one bedroom with a kitchen and a bathroom, that was it. No kitchen, no nothing, which is fine, single guys. And we slept in the same bed, you know, just, man, nothing was wrong. Oh, I got to back up, talk about sleeping in bed. Jerry Dorman and I slept in the bed I went to Jasper, Texas. I forgot, I got that job. Not job, I was up as an intern. Jerry was the engineer. After I got out 49 before I went off to get my jobs at KRA. I interned with him, since he was a first class, and I was first class, but I didn't have enough time with me. So I interned with him and stayed up there, and we lived together in some old lady's house, same thing we did before. And her husband worked at the courthouse, and her son was Rusty, it was his name. He was a doodlebugger. A doodlebugger in those days is the guy that went around with seismic crews. They put dynamite in holes and blew it up and got the Kevin knows it, seismic recorder to find out where oil was. So he was on the road, so we had his bedroom. It was a big bed with one bed, naturally, and it was an old house, and I remember it was in the wintertime. Cold as all get, got to be cold. And the thing is, there was no wallpaper, it was no insulation. You could see right through the cracks of the house. It was just chiplap house, that was it. The studs were there and that was it. And the bathroom was go down the porch outside and go to the bathroom, which was fine. And this old lady, because she missed her son, would always have a glass of milk and a piece of pie, or a glass of milk and a banana when we come in at evenings. It was cold as well as it out there in that winter. So anyway, that's when I got out of there and got my other jobs down back up to the other jobs I got. So I went to work for McDaniel's, Sunall, and putting radios in. And the first big job I had was going to Snyder, Texas, with him, with a whole bunch of radios to put in. We were just putting radios in all these oil field places, you know, brand new. FM portable radios in cars, so the guy could talk to the base station. So we had base stations. It was a two-door sedan. The back seat was loaded with radios, mobile radios and base station radios. And our luggage was in the trunk with radios. I mean, radios every place, except in the front seat with us. So he picked me up at 4:30 in the morning, got in his car, and we drove up to East Texas. I can't remember the town, but we stopped at a town on the square with a restaurant that was open to get some breakfast. He said, okay, Collins, he called me Collins, which is fine. Said, you want to drive a while? I drove the first 2 or 3 hours, you drive next, we'll alternate. And I said, sure, I can drive. I got my license in Jasper, Texas, by the way. That's where I got my license. Using Jerry Domer's car. So I had a license. So we're driving down this road, and it was misting. It was cool, and it was the highway was wet from the dew. The dew was melting, And I'm driving down the road, and there's an old pickup with an old man here, and I'm coming alongside, blow beep beep. I'm coming around. I got right around him, over to the back of his left fender, and he turned in front of me to the left, and I hit the brakes. And all of a sudden, we're going backwards, 60 miles an hour to that town we just left. And then all of a sudden, we skew around and we end up in a bar ditch. And a man sitting on a porch drinking coffee told us how many times we turned over, because it happened. We turned over this way, back in this way, back that way, this way, this way. Finally settled up on the left side. And I'm looking at it, and I'm figuring put my arm out to keep the car from turning. The window was rolled up. And McDaniel held himself like this. We both got out with some scratches out of that car. That was it. But the car was demolished. The radio tried to come out of the roof, or out of the windows, So we're up to the porch, and this guy called the highway patrol. The highway patrol come out here, and the old guy, he turned around. He seen what happened. He didn't know he caused the accident. So McDaniel said, you got to drive back to town with this old guy and get to a phone call Beaumont and send a car out here to pick us up. So L.A. French, the telephone lineman foreman, came out with his 4-door car. And how we all got in that car with all those radios, I don't know. But McDaniel says, I want you to drive right now. You sure you're not upset? I said, yeah, I can still drive. Wasn't my fault. Thank God I was with the boss, so it wasn't my fault. But the car was completely damaged. And we got out with just nothing. So I went out there, and they dumped me off. And I got a pickup truck from the gauging department out there to drive around, so I get a hotel room. And it was in the winter, freezing death, snow on the ground, icicles. It was cold as all get out. And in those days, the motels just had linoleum floors, or just concrete floors painted. There was no radios, no telephone, no nothing. It was bare bones. And the oil field was booming. And to get in the restaurant, you'd have to stand in line, maybe 40 people in line to get into the restaurant and get something to eat. There was all these drilling people, they were living in pickups along the road, pup tents. The roads were full of people. Every place with trailers, this and that. It was a boom town. Hundreds of, in fact, I remember coming over the highway one night, all the drilling, it looked like downtown New York. They had like 50 drilling rigs all lit up, measuring. Anyway, town was a boom town. And I stayed in this hotel, and what I would do, since it was so cold, I got with the pipeline guy, said, look, if you'll lend me this pickup, what I'll do, and they made an arrangement with the Chevrolet dealership, they're all Chevrolet trucks as I recall, dealership, give Collins, this guy, the key to the back of the shop. He could drive the company car in and his truck in and put the radios inside the storage, inside the building at night. So I worked nights putting the radios in mobiles, and in the daytime I put the base station and the remote controls in the offices. We used to go in there in the daytime. So I didn't stay up all night, but I'd work till past midnight. Yeah, I'd get up at 6 o'clock and go. It was young, no problem. Didn't seem like a problem to me. And I put all the radios in, and then McDaniel said, you did well. So they sent somebody out there after I put all the radios in. Of course, I was there for a couple months because they had these off, the pipeline had off, all company had a separate radio frequency in the pipeline, but radios were similar, so I had to install radios for the oil company, base stations for their office, towers, climb towers, put antennas up. It was interesting. Okay. Yeah, they sent me around all different places to put the base stations and the mobile radios in, and also work on the telephone equipment. They had telephone equipment we worked on, and they had telephone lines at all these places. The telephone line was just poles down the pipeline right away with just 2 wires on it. That was all it was, but they connected everybody from the district office in Corpus State to all over. Same thing in Snyder. And same thing in Sour Lake. The telephone line ran all the way to Longview, you know, along the pipeline. So there was some equipment. In fact, I got into, they trained me to climb poles because they needed help there. So I'd climb telephone poles and fix the wires, and I was just jack of all trades. Anything communications, we worked on. So I liked it. It gave me a lot of good experience. And so I did that, and during the course of the time I was I had to work on telephone equipment. Now there was 2 of the other technicians that were there, Mark Thompson, one and another guy, were Bell Telephone people. And so was McDaniel, was a Bell Telephone guy, came from there, he was supervisor. And he hired these guys. Well, these guys knew all the telephone wiring codes, which was complicated to learn. So I said, you know, to advance in this company, I need to learn something about this telephone equipment, single sideband telephones, the telephone instruments, the switchboards. I need to learn. So when I took my first vacation, I had a week's vacation, I went to, north of Dallas, to a town. There was a magazine called Telephony magazine that Lowell McDaniel got every month. And these guys didn't read them, I'd read them. And same, they had oil and gas magazines, all about, these guys never even read them. I'd go peep them, that's what I'd read at night. The oil and gas magazine about oil business, and the telephone magazine about telephones. Well, there was a columnist in that Telephony magazine, I can't remember his name, it wrote good articles about, and one article was about a way to train young people to get in the telephone business. So I wrote a letter to him. I said, well, I'm one of those guys. I need to learn about telephone. He said, okay. He got in contact with me. And he made arrangements to go to this telephone. It was an independent telephone, Bell. It was some telephone company. It's Sherman, Texas is where it was. That's where it was. So I drove to Sherman, and I worked with the telephone people, putting in telephones in offices, going through the wiring, learning the wiring system, learning the step-by-step, the main office equipment, all that. I was learning about all that stuff. I didn't need that for the oil company, but all the wiring stuff I needed to know. So I stayed up there, and I had started dating Mother. I'll back up how I met her. And I wrote her a love letter from there. I met from Sherman, Texas. And I stayed there a week. Now, none of the guys at the company, I didn't tell them I did that, but they didn't know I was doing things like that as personal. So to back up how I met Mama, I was living in Beaumont, of course, and I went into the drugstore that Mother was working in to get my shaving cream and razor blades, you know how you did in those days. And they had a turnstile near the front door with magazines on. So after I got my shave, some days I seen her in the back. I said, boy, that's a good looking woman. I'd like to meet her. So I'd come in there and just read the magazines. You know, I never bought it. And so she went to the pharmacy. Said, you know, as a young man, he don't buy it. He just looks at magazines. So I was looking at her, you know. So I got to saying, you know, I got to figure out, does this gal got a boyfriend that comes and picks her up at night, or what's going on? So across the street, like from there to that house, was Reddick's ice cream place. I used to get ice cream. I parked in the parking lot, my car pointing to the drugstore door. So I sat in the car, and the drugstore closed at 10 o'clock or 9 or whatever it did that way. And here comes Mr. and Mrs. Hot Power to pick her up. And I wanted to be sure that happened continually. I wasn't sure the boyfriend showed up. So 3 or 4 days of that, I was pretty well set that she didn't have no boyfriend. So I went over there and just asked her. I said, I'd like to have a date with you. I can't go out with you until you met my mother and father. I said, yeah, they pick you up every night, so I'll be here when the store closed, I'll meet them. So I met them, and they said, well, follow us out to the house. So you all follow. So I followed them out to the house outside of Beaumont, north of Beaumont, that little place where they had a moo cow and some sheep and goats and chickens and all, little miniature farm, you know. And we drove up to the porch, and she says, would you like a piece of pie? Well, give me a break. Same with a piece of pie. So, and a glass of milk? I said, yes, man, that'd be good. So we had rocking chairs on the front porch, and we sat up there, and she brought that. And the milk was in Kelly Dairy bottles, which is Port Arthur Dairy. I said, how'd you get Kelly Dairy milk up here? That's our milk cow in the backyard. When I drank that milk, I said, this is the best milk I drank. That's from our cow in the backyard. Oh, you know. So needless to say, I had a glass of milk and a piece of pie every night. I'd take her home because it was pretty rough, unless I had to go out of town, you know. Was I in town, that was it. So, and then I got transferred to Sour Lake. You know, I was living in Sour Lake and driving back and forth, meeting her. And that got old, and I'd stay till the tar ceremony. We'd sit in that porch till midnight sometimes, you know. Old man, Mom was there sleeping, and she had them her daughters out in the back porch there. And so one night I was driving home, and it was foggy, and in those days there was no fence laws. The cattle just ran free. They didn't have fences. If you didn't have fence, they didn't bother them. The cows were every place. In fact, when I moved to Sour Lake, I remember going to the first post office. You know, boxes. When then there was a big hog in there, in the post office. I had to root them out to get to my mailbox. So cattle were all over the roaming through towns. I mean, it's just part of life back then. And one night it was foggy, and I'm coming down that road about halfway out of Sour Lake, and all of a sudden a whole bunch of Brahma cows were a gray cow. They kind of matched in the fog, and I skidded and I took to the bar ditch. Bam! I'm dodging pine trees and dodging cows, and finally got out of that deal up in the sun. I stopped and caught my breath. I said, this is ridiculous. I got to marry that gal. I'm coming home. I'm going to kill myself. That's how I decided to marry her at that time. We were talking about marriage, but I said, I'm going to marry her. That's it. That's it. So naturally, I proposed to her. I gave her a ring in the pig stand. We were sitting in the booth. I gave her a ring and asked her to marry her. We were sitting there drinking coffee, which is our hangouts, you know. So she went home with the big ring. I said, big ring. It was big for me. $100 or whatever it cost, you know. So we got engaged, and from then on. But prior to that, I got to back up to the story. I would date her every Saturday night. And it was out of town, you know, I couldn't date during the week, but if it was out of town, I made sure I get in Friday night, and we'd go out Saturday night. So I called the house Saturday night, and Sybil answered. I said, I speak to Lorraine. She says, she's gone out with a date. I said, what? I'm James. I know you're James, but she went out with this guy. I said, well, I guess she didn't care about me that much. She's already dating somebody else. So we quit. And dumb me, I didn't call back again. I said, well, that's it. And about maybe a month or 2 months later, I'm on a side street in Beaumont, going someplace, don't ask me why, and here's Lorraine walking across the street. I said, dummy, you got to get back to that gal. If she's dating somebody else, she'll tell me, or whatever happened. Well, she didn't know Sybil said this. She just thought I was mad at her or something. I didn't want to date her anymore. So anyway, we made up, and that's how we got made up again. But Sybil broke us up. Pulled her teeth out. She was so mean. He was so mean. Anyway, where was I? So we got married, yeah, and living in Sour Lake at that little Oldest Levere's garage apartment. It had nothing but a bed and a table and 2 chairs in the kitchen. That's it. No chair, no couch, no nothing. And when Lorraine came up, she said, this is it. I said, this is it. Well, she didn't say anything. She grew up in the country business, and, you know. So she took my car. She was still working at Bill Thames. She took my car, and I had a company car. So she took the 48 Plymouth. I taught her how to drive, by the way, along the way. And she'd go, she'd put a couple dents in the fender, driving downtown Sour Lake, running the telephone pole, but Maynard's right, backed out and banged in the fender. It didn't bother me. I didn't get upset with it. I said, "Gee, it's just part of life." But when she worked at nights, Bill Thames had another store in the north part of Longview, so she would go the back way through China, to Uncle Nathan's house. And I was scared to death to let her go. She went in the daytime, and every night I'd have to get up or get out of the house at 9:30, drive to Beaumont, so I could follow her home. I was afraid of coming home, something happened to her. And that wore me out and wore her out. We wore out. And then lo and behold, here comes the baby, So she retired, not that day, but shortly thereafter. And the baby happened to be Jamie Collins. That was the baby born. Anyway, she quit, and I got promotions. I started making a little bit more money, and living in that house was cheap. Sour Lake was cheap, everything cheap. But I remember she would come from the drugstore before she worked nights, moved to daytime. She'd come, and she went to the QP grocery store, the only grocery store I had in town, that little grocery store. And some of the guys at work one morning said, they were all guys that get together and to talk about what the weekend, what the night, the guys talk before you go to work. And one guy said, "Boy, I don't know, my wife went to QP the other day." She says, "We don't know who this woman, she's in high heels and dressed up to the fare you well, some young woman, good looking woman." I said, "Boys, that's my wife." And they couldn't believe it. "Your wife, you rascal, how'd you get somebody that good looking?" Well, that's how she was introduced to Sour Lake. We stayed in the garage apartment a number of months because you hadn't been born yet. And Stinky Dave, what happened is the Gulf Oil Company, they had these camps, oil camps where people lived in. The gaugers lived in them, the mechanics lived in them before towns came up. So they shut down the Gulf Oil Camp outside of Sour Lake, and they moved the houses to town, and Stinky Davison got one of those houses. It was a shotgun house, you open the door, you can look right through the back. You throw a shotgun and go right through the back. That's how that turn comes around. It was an old house, and I got moved Mom into that house, and that's where you grew up in that house there, that Stinky Davis house. No heat, no air conditioning, no fans, didn't have a single fan in it, just didn't have any furniture, just a bed. We bought a bed and a table, a little kitchen table, just a little thing, but two people sit around, and a chair. I remember making a bookcase out of a orange crate, cut the thing off, and that was my bookcase to keep my books. All technical books I was learning for the job, And that's where Jamie Collins grew up, and then we moved to Stinky Davison's, stayed there, I guess maybe almost a year, and during that time, it was, 19... I had my ham radio, by the way. My mother shipped it to me to Port Arthur, and from Port Arthur I got it, and I couldn't transmit it, it was just a receiver. But all the hams knew when Sputnik, the first satellite in the world went up from Russia, it was Sputnik, and we knew the frequency of it. So we could tune in and hear it beep, 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 coming across with beeping. And we could hear it on the radio because we knew the frequency of it. So I knew from the hams talking, I heard them talking, said, "It's coming over East Texas the first morning. It's coming around, it went around the world, and next morning it's coming over East Texas. That's where it's coming." So we found out it was coming at 4:32 or something like that in the morning, 4:30. So I got up that early in the morning, got on the radio to hear that thing beeping, real, well, it wasn't a good signal. Well, it wasn't loud, just could hear it. But as it came closer, it got louder. So I went in and woke up Mother. I said, Mother, come out in the backyard. Sputnik's going. What is that? I told her the first satellite in the world's coming right overhead, Sour Lake, Texas, because I hear it on the radio. I want to go. I said, it's history in the making, girl. So we went out there, and it came straight overhead. I mean, you could see. And the thing, it was a light, a red light on it. And you never seen a red light just moving with no noise. I was waiting for the noise, waiting for airplane noise. There was no noise. It was a satellite. And of course, you get real loud. I had the radio. I could hear the radio, beep, beep. And then, of course, it went over the horizon. Next morning, I went to work. And I said, boys, did you all see the Sputnik satellite last night? I said, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're just talking about. They weren't interested in stuff like that. They were interested in sports, baseball, football, which I wasn't interested. So I told them, Collins, forget about it. Of course, the next day, the paper that night came out on the radio. They all crowded around me like a movie star. What did it look like? What, Collins, how did it sound? How did you know about it? They wanted to know everything then. I was a movie star then. So anyway, seen the first satellite, Sputnik. That was interesting. So Mother seen it and I seen it. And that was at Stinky Davis's house. And we stayed in Stinky's, I guess, a year or two, and I got enough money together. Had a guy from Conroe. We went to Conroe and found out there was a builder there in Sour Lake. We found the model houses, looked good, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, living room, a den, more or less living room, den combined, kitchen, 2-car garage. Sounded good to us, so made the deal. And I build in the new house, they're always late. You wonder, well, you go out there, where's it? Ain't nobody here. Says, well, we're building another house in Conroe. Took forever to build that house. I don't know how long, just forever to build that house. We finally got the house built and moved in. And then here comes Mark along and all these kids coming along. Bam, bunch of kids. Anyway, we enjoyed living in that house, and I had a room built in the garage for my ham stuff. Had a door on it, a little workshop in there. It was a small room. I don't know. It was about 6 by 8 or 6 by 8. And what I did, I built a screen. We left the garage doors open. I built screens. So with the screen, and y'all played in the garage. It was your playroom. And we had the birthday parties in the garage and all that stuff. So we never parked a car. We couldn't get a car in there because we screened it all. Homemade screen with a bunch of 1x1s, just lattice work, and it worked. The screen, because mosquitoes were bad down there. And I had my ham radio in there, doing some ham, and talked to Jerry Dormy. He was finally hired by the company. He was sent to Fremont, so he was down outside of Corpus there, and he and I would talk on a ham radio every Saturday morning. And then I started working down there, and I'd say, well, I'm coming in if you want to meet me. He was the technician, and I would go work with him, so he knew in advance when I was coming. And I drove Sundays instead of driving Mondays. The company didn't require me, but I was gung-ho. I was gung-ho for my job. I drove Sunday, was there Monday morning, 8 o'clock, go to work. I went to the superintendent there. I'm here. What are you doing here Monday? He said, everybody comes Monday about 4 o'clock in the afternoon driving. I said, well, I got a job I'm doing here. I said, okay. They got used to me coming. And years later, Mother said she don't remember how many times she cried that I was going. She knew I didn't have to, the company didn't require me to go Sunday, but I was gung-ho. I said, if you told me that, baby, I'd stop that. I didn't want to mess your job up, And of course, the famous story about working down there, I'm working down there with Bo Sanders, and it was the chief engineer, and Benny Ballard was an engineer with the son. We had some new devices we were putting in there. Everybody wanted to be there, help put them in and check them out, how they worked, And you come up the week of Easter, and we were there Saturday working, and what happened, we had to wait like 4 hours for the oil to do this before we could check it. There's a lot of standing around waiting to see if the device, we'd have to do something to make the device work to check the oil. So there was a lot of that going on. So come Saturday afternoon about 5 o'clock, I said, boys, tomorrow's Easter and I'm going home to be with my family for Easter. Well, okay, Colin, well, those two were ratting around. They had girlfriends down there, drinking beer and all that kind of stuff, and I wasn't doing any of that stuff. So I got my car, it was Highway 90, 2-lane highway, 50 miles an hour. I got to the south side of Houston about 2:30 in the morning. I drove into, they didn't have no Holiday Inns in those days, just little old 1930 motels, with a room and a bath, that was it. And I drove in at 2:30 in the morning and asked this lady, I said, "You got a room?" She said, "Yeah, I do." She said, "Well, how many?" I said, "Just one." "You're by yourself?" I said, "Yes, ma'am. I'm tired. I'm trying to get home to Sour Lake, Texas," you know where that was, "to go to church Easter morning." "Okay, I'll show you to her." So she walked out. She's room number 5, or little room with a little carport attached to it, just like the 30s. Well, it was built in the 30s. And she wanted to be sure I didn't have a woman. She looked in that car, opened the trunk, and let me go in there. And I said, "I want to call at 6:30 in the morning. I got to go to Sour Lake, get ready to go to 10 o'clock mass." So I said, "I want a 6:30 call." So she woke me up. Of course, I was more slept out about it. I got up and drove, I don't know, 70, 80 miles from Houston. The whole Highway 90, 2 lanes, couldn't go 50, half asleep. And I got home there about 8:30 and went in, took a bath, and showered to wake up and shave and eat something. And then we did go to shore, and the Japanese blew up all the main buildings, the big, government building, everything was ashore. They blew up everything when they left. So that was it. Now, from the Philippines, we went to Tsingtao, China, which is right up near North Korea. And that was going to be our base. We had our ship and 2 destroyers with us. And 1946, the communist government was trying to take over the nationalist government there. They were fighting. So we went offshore China and we launched our planes to bomb the communists. So we stayed offshore, I reckon, a week or so, maybe 10 days. And every morning and every afternoon we take off with bombs and bullets. And when they came back, there ain't no bombs on the ships. And it was secret. It said nobody can say anything about this. It'll never be in writing. And some of the old guys wanted to get a battle star. They give you a star if you're in a battle. And said, "No, it's secret. You ain't gonna know a battle star." Didn't bother me. I didn't care about stuff like that. The old guys did, But all the planes come back, some with bullet holes in them. The communists were shooting at them. Of course, the communists ended up taking over. But that was interesting. That was the closest to the war I ever got, Of course, they didn't have no kamikazes bombing us or something, but we were safe on the ship. But still, I don't recall ever losing a plane, but some of them come back pretty shot up. In fact, one of them come back so shot up, he just pushed it over the side. It was so, just nothing but junk, The guy that landed it mercifully. But anyway, that was it. And after the Navy, I decided, here's the other thing. Everybody had a battle station. So, and we practiced this all the time. There's war now and on. And my battle station was Radio 3, which is on the forward starboard side where the antennas were up. And I'd go there, and a radioman for there would go to the signal bridge. In case a bomb hit, they wouldn't lose all the radio, but all the signalmen. The signalman would go here, the radioman would go there. They swapped around. And all the rates were done. So I went there, and all I did was lay on the floor. There was nothing to do until the general quarters was sounded off. And I asked this guy, "What is all this stuff here? These big tubes, these big tubes all lit up, all these knobs." And I said, "Man, this is interesting. What is all this radio?" I said, so I got talking to the guy. So I said, "Boy, when I get out of the Navy, that's what I want to get into, radio." And that's how I decided to go to Port Arthur College. Yeah. When I got out of the Navy in August 46, I'd already contacted Port Arthur College, but I wanted to stay a year to get some money. The government paid us $50 a month, but the dormitory at Port Arthur was $40 a month, food and board, except Sunday the kitchen was closed, so you had to get some southern restaurant across the street, hamburger place, we go there. So $40 is room and board, and so you had $10. Ain't much money, but you had to get shaving cream, razor blades, and take one of the co-eds to the movie, or go drink beer with the guys, stuff like that. Yeah, hey, you're college boys, you know. That's what college boys did. Anyway, okay, I got out of the Navy and I was interested in radio. I went and bought a shortwave receiver, a little helicopter, no fancy thing, but it had the ham bands on it, ham radio stations, and I heard the Dits and Dollars, and I said, well, I know that from the Dits and Dollars on the blinker lights. I mean, I couldn't do it as fast as them, but in one of the radio magazines I picked up at a radio stand had an advertisement for Port Arthur College in the back of it, and I said, wow, that's the place I want to go. And why I went there and not one in New York or someplace else, I said, if I'm away from home, I'm more prone to study. If I'm here at the house, I'll be living here and who knows what. I wouldn't be doing my real studies. Because I was going to live in a dormitory where everybody's studying, and that's where you learn in college. If you live in a dormitory, your buddies they may be a different class ahead of you and they can help you, or vice versa, and that's what happened. So I went to Port Arthur College, and my mother, when I got out of the Navy, I spent a year working at a chemical plant in Bound Brook, New Jersey, which is, 30, 40 miles away. I took a bus to work shift work. It had plastics. They made plastics out of oil and gas and all that stuff. And I worked shift work there, nights and days and weekends, and I worked there a year. And the foreman of that place, I don't know if he's a big guy, he said, Collins, you're a real worker. Boy, if you stay here 20 years, you have my job. And I thought to myself, he ain't going to happen. See, you weren't supposed to tell them you were going to school. They wouldn't hire you. So I didn't tell them I was going to college. And a year later, I got enough money. I said, I'm quitting. I'm going to go to college. Of course, I'd been giving all the money to my mother. I didn't have any money to go to college. I had a little bit, But that was what we did. We helped our mother. But prior to all that, prior to the war, was the Depression. The whole country, the whole world was in the Depression. My daddy lost his job on the boats. They tied them all up, and he was in the Work Progress Administration. I don't know what he did, digging ditches or whatever he could do. They assigned these people these jobs, and that's what he did. God bless him. And after that, they had a canal, the Raritan Canal came right by New Brunswick into the Raritan River. And he operated the locks to where they lift the boat up and dig it out. And, they were small pleasure boats, because the canal had shut down since the railroads and trucks got to go and they didn't need the canals anymore to transmit all that stuff from New York on that canal, slow. Had donkeys pulling these boats, And I would go down there, I was probably 12, 13 years old. I would go down to the canal and I would help people with the boats to keep them. I'd have a big pole to keep them banging into the sides, And I liked doing all that stuff. I'd help my daddy, And I got to know some of the people with the boats. In fact, there was one guy, a doctor, famous doctor of some kind in Beaumont, in New Brunswick. And I let him go through. He said, James, he knew my name, he said, come on aboard, I'm going to take you a trip on my yacht down the road. So we went down almost to New York City and came back. And this beautiful yacht, beautiful to me anyway. So I got a trip on the yacht. So we enjoyed that. And then my daddy got hired back with Johnson & Johnson in the freight lines. They started having these rubber-tired freighters, boy. And he got to be business manager in Philadelphia. And we'd get up at 4:30 in the morning, and I'd go with him, not all the time, in that cab, hard rubber tire. Boy, that truck was hard, banging along that highway. And I'd stay down there with him and play outside and fool around, while he was in the office doing his stuff, Did that sometime. Went to New York with him on that same project. And then he finally, as the war came on, he got hired. He got hired as a stationary engineer, and being a marine engineer, station engineer meant on shore, and the same motors and pumps and all that stuff was on the ship. On a DuPont chemical company. In fact, my Uncle Russell, who was my mother's brother, of course, he was a pipe fitter at the DuPont. And when the war got going, he joined up and was aiding to a CB that built all these airports on these islands when they captured, and buildings. And he worked overseas all the time as a Marine. He was a Marine. CBs were kind of Navy and Marines, a little bit of both. Yeah. And they gave them all sergeant stripes. And he told me the story. There was about 20 of them marching at one of these bases before they went overseas. And they were all Marine uniformed sergeants. And one of these other guys, a Marine, said, "I never seen so many sergeants all my life." See, they made them sergeants because they were making good money as civilians. And they wanted to give them a little bit of a raise in they weren't sergeants telling other people, they're all equal, but at least got a little bit more money. How much, I don't know. Sergeant made more than did, more than I did. But he survived a lot of battles and islands over there. Good guy, Uncle Russell. And I forgot to tell you that Mama's mother and Daddy lived downstairs. We lived in an apartment building with 4 apartments. We were on top, and on the bottom, on one side was Grandma Mundy and her husband James, who I was named ever. And he was a Finnish carpenter. He'd go repair things at people's houses, little things, cabinet doors or broke doors. And at times, in the summertime, I would go with him. We'd go on a bus with all our tools, and we'd ride over to some old lady's house. They're all old ladies to me. They may have been young, but they needed something done. And we'd go there, and he'd work that day or part of the day, repair it, and made some money. And, that's what I enjoyed being with him. Got out. So I had varied experiences in that as a young man. And I think I told you about the newspapers. That was interesting because I would go to one part of town and there was a bunch of rowdies down there. When I'd come by on my bicycle, they'd attack me, try to beat me up, just fooling around, didn't want to hurt me bad, but, knock me off the bicycle and laugh when I was on the ground. I just got up, I got a business to run, I got to keep going, I can't fool you guys, deliver papers, And we folded them up in little squares. We just threw them on the porch. We never stopped. It got to be pretty good, all those things. Of course, we went to a grocery store where the big bundles were there and had my name on it. And I'd fold up all the papers and I'd take off my route. And I remember one lady, Mrs. O'Leary, she had a whole bunch of kids. And when I'd come to collect the bill, see, I had to pay for the papers. And if they didn't pay me, then I was losing money. So I had to buy the papers in my own money and then collect it. And I'd go to Miss O'Leary's and I'd hear them, "Mama, the paper buy's there. Shh, y'all be quiet. Get in there." And they'd all hide from me. They won't pay me. It'd take me a week or two to get some money out of them suckers, It was fun. I gave all my money to Mama. But she did allow me to buy a new bicycle. The other 2 boys had ran the bicycles in the ground. So I got me a new Johnson. I think it was a Johnson bike. It was a nice bicycle. So it had a basket on the front. Anyway, I enjoyed that. And then went down to. I think I told you about the locks where they pumped the water out and raised the ships up and down, the boats up and down. I enjoyed that. So, but during the Depression, we was poor as, what's the term, old screech owls, or anyway, we was poor as all get it, right? And I know Louise and I'd get up at night and we'd go in the cupboard and there was no jam or jellies or nothing like that. We didn't have no money. But it was bread. I had salt and pepper sandwich one night. I'll never forget that. Salt, that was all we could put on it. We had to put something on it to make it taste better than a piece of bread, you know. It was a half a sandwich, you know, but that's what we did. That mother and daddy's did. And we lived in this little apartment. It was really a one-bedroom apartment, really. My mother and daddy slept in the living room, took all of the living room and had a big double bed in there. And there was one bedroom off to the right. Well, Louise slept in it. Now, Brother Jax went downstairs to Grandma Money and slept with Uncle Russell downstairs. And Robert and I went to the hall bathroom. It was out, all separated from the rest of the house. A little bedroom in the front. And we bunked together. And the heat and cooking was all done with a big iron stove, about as big as this table. It put coal in it, and the coal was down in the basement. I had to go down there in buckets and bring that coal, and that's one of my jobs. So the boys did that and throw it in there, and that was the heat for the whole house. Now that's the hall bedroom. It was like way out yonder. It got no heat, no nothing. I mean, it was an icebox in wintertime. But the rest of the house was cold because you had to bank the fire. You didn't keep it going. But Mama cooked on it, and some of the rich kids that lived down the street from us, we call them rich, they liked to come over and cook cheese sandwiches on a stove, you know, the big iron stove. They loved it. They thought that was a big deal because that was our life. And we had an old washing machine with the rollers in it, electric washing machine. And somehow or another, I got my hand caught in there and rolled it right out to my shoulder. And I was hollering, it just bruised my arm. I don't know what it. I was just playing around, I guess, but I survived that. Yeah, but other than that, we never got hurt. And of course, as the air raid warden and airplane spotter, then the war happened. Got close to home. I remember we were playing football at a field not too far from the house when Pearl Harbor was bombed, and somebody from a house outside hollered out, "Boys, the Japanese have bombed Pearl." We didn't know where Pearl Harbor was, never heard of it. You know, there was no TV, no radio, nothing. Well, radio, we listened to Gabriel Heater on the radio, but we all ran home, told my mom and dad the Japanese, so naturally came on the radio, had a big old radio, you know. Big tall cabinet, but a little radio, you know, just a little radio inside. Anyway, yeah, we found out about that, and of course that's what happened. And the first one to go was Brother Robert. He went in the Air Force, and he was an MP. Robert was a tall guy, big guy, a well-built guy, more than the rest of us were, and he got to be an MP in the Air Base in North Carolina. And he would come home once in a while. He'd have to go. I remember he went to El Paso one time to pick up a deserter, and he and another guy, they had guns with them and everything. He would pick the guy and take him back to the base, you know. And he stopped by the house, and he was in his uniform. He had his gun with him, and of course we were all gog at him with that, you know. But he finally decided that Jackie at that time was in the Army, and he went overseas to Italy, to land at Angio. And Brother Robert said, "The war's passing me by," so he quit the Air Force and joined the Army. Went back to the Army, went down to Alabama to train, and got in the 106th Division, 426th, 24th Regiment, 106th Division, and ended up landing after D-Day. But it was the Battle of the Bulge then was happening. The Germans were trying to make a trip to go to Antwerp, which all the supplies were coming in. If they could capture Antwerp, Belgium, that would cut all the supplies to our armies down. Hitler thought, anyway. Of course, they did it, and the winter caught them. And roads were muddy and everything, bogged around. The 106 came offshore, and they went up and took the place of the 26th Division, who was going back for rest. And they said, "Boys, this is a quiet sector. Nothing's happened here. You got it made. they took all their heavy weapons, all their mortars and cannons. All the 106 had was a few machine guns and rifles. And the Germans just came right through there. And Robert was killed the first day of the battle by probably a bombardment, bombs, the big guns. And it was in the wintertime, and it was cloudy, so there was no air. We had no airplanes over to help us until later on, maybe a week, 10 days later, it cleared, and that's when we started beating the Germans back. But Robert was killed on the first day, because he got elected December 16th, 1944. And I was in the Navy at the time, and somebody from town wrote me a letter and told me that I was in the Navy. I didn't know about it, that he had been killed. My mother and daddy wanted to keep her from me, as long as they could, So, yeah, and they never found him. And Mother and I went to Europe on one of our trips, and we went by that cemetery, and they had a plaque there with his name on it. Of course, no body. They never found the body, blown to smithereens, I guess. But anyway, so I survived all the airplane accidents on the aircraft carrier, and the Japanese shooting bullets in the holes of the tents. Came home, okay. Decided I'd go to Port Arthur College and learn about this mysterious radio stuff. It's a mystery to me, I guarantee you. Take a break. I'm trying to see where I am here. I want to talk a little bit about Port Arthur College. When I got there, I was assigned a room in the dormitory. The men were on one side and women on the other. In the middle was a common area and the dining room and the kitchen. That was one story. We were 2 stories up. And I got in there, and I understand my roommate was Jerry Dormany. But he was just about ready to graduate, and he had different classes than I did. So I had to get up and go to class, and he'd be sleeping, but I didn't see his face. He turned over, facing the wall. And then I'd come back, and I never did see him. In about 2 weeks, I was at the dining room, eating with everybody else. And I asked somebody, I said, my roommate's a guy named Jerry Dormany. Who is he? I've never seen the guy. And they said, that's him down there. So I would, after the meal, I introduced, by the way, I'm your roommate. Yeah, I wondered about who you were. So, anyway, there's one thing about dormitory. We all had ham radios. We made a lot of the stuff ourselves from scratch. Built little transmitters. Then we have World War II transmitters that were from airplanes. We converted to the ham radio bands. So we all had, not all of us, 3 or 4 of us had ham radios, and we had this big old steel tower out there. It used to be KPRC broadcasting tower, but they now got some big towers outside of town. So we strung the wires all the way to these big tower out there down to our rooms, when we get on there. And all Morse code. We didn't have no money to build or one that would broadcast voice. It was too expensive to build that kind. So we enjoyed that, and we learned from each other about this class. We all studied class. Some of us were in the same class, some of us weren't, some of them had got out of that class, and so we learned from them. And we had one famous guy there, really famous guy, maybe a lot of people wouldn't know him, but his name was John Brown. He's from the Valley originally. He was a captain in the Air Force, a navigator. And he navigated General Curtis LeMay, who was the big chief that bombed Japan and all the B-29. He wanted to fly a B-29 from Japan all the way to New York City, and John Brown was his navigator. Now that is something else. There was no satellites. It was all sextant, shooting at the stars, shooting at the sun. That was something else for that guy to navigate that plane as a captain, And later in the years, I understand he killed himself flying a crop duster down the valley where he's from. After he got out of it, he went down the valley. Anyway, Captain John Bunny, he wouldn't know he was captain. We just, everybody didn't care about rank. You know, most of the dormitory was full of World War II veterans. There was a few other people in there, but not too many. But some young people were on some kind of scholarship because they came from poor families. There was 3 or 4 of them on the second level that I was on that were that way. Let's see, it's probably 20 some guys on the top floor there, something like that. Of course, we had showers and bathroom on the second floor. So, and on the other side was the women, same kind of situation. And at the lower level, one level was the common area that you came in off the street, big thing where we used to dance there and listen to the radio and, you know, sit around on lounge chairs if you wanted to visit. And then there was a dining room and then the kitchen. And then, so, of course, all of us World War II guys, we were getting at these females because we hadn't seen females through all overseas a lot of times. They were pretty young gals, you know. And anyway, we got talking to them and said, boy, we'd like to meet you at night. So what we did, we jumped out like they did it was about 4 or 5 feet to jump from the second floor to the roof of the common area. The girls did the same thing, and we partied, drank beer on the top of the roof. And the deal was we didn't pick up the cans, and it had a man and a woman, the older bit that took care of the man and the women. And this man had to look at, you know, his beer cans, so they put bars on the window, that into that. But we had 2 or 3 good nights up there on the top. We didn't get drunk, just had a beer or two, you know, with the gals, you know.
Yeah.
And we all had gal friends, so to speak. Not serious. I don't. Well, none of the guys that I knew were serious with anybody. There was one guy, and he wasn't. He was a homebody. He lived in town, you know, townie. We called him townies. Guy from town. He didn't live in the dormitory, but he was dating this young gal. I can't remember the name of the town. A little town outside of between Lufkin and Houston, not too far out of Lufkin. Anyway. She was a cheerleader in the high school, and a real pretty gal, and he was dating her. They were a couple. Everybody knew that. But come Christmas in 1948, these guys went home. I didn't go home. A number of us didn't go home. It was too far to go or whatever it was. So 10 days off. Well, we started picking up these gals that were dating these other guys. We kind of got with these gals. Some of us did, not serious, but anyway, her name was Polly. The reason I can't think of her name. Anyway, we had a few dates, nothing serious. We would go to the movies or, you know, just visit around in the dorm, in the common area, listen to music, dance. And one night I got a call from the police, and it says, I understand you're in the dormitory at Port Arthur College. They said, we've got a girl down here in the morgue. And that was Polly. She had gone out with some guy, her and the girlfriend go out with some guy, and they were going down the street and ran into the back of a log truck with these big logs and just crushed it. You couldn't even, the only reason I knew who she was the dress she had on. Her face was mashed in completely. That was so sad. So that was one of the things that happened in Port Arthur College, to go down to a morgue and identify. I'd never done that before, never had since, you know. Anyway, it was part of Port Arthur College. But I left in November 49. Now I didn't graduate, I had one more class, an English class. But I was chomping at the bit. I needed some money. I wanted to get a job, because I had my FCC licenses, the second and the first class, the highest you could get to be an engineer at a broadcast station. And these broadcast stations knew about Port Arthur College, and they put their name and address on the phone board, the name of the station, where it was, and looking for an engineer. Well, this guy from Texas A&M down there at, what's this town there? What's the town near Texas A&M? Well, anyway, he had no, not College Station, the town, not, anyway, I'll think.
Brian?
No,
Brian?
no, anyway, whatever, he had a broadcast station there, KORA, anyway, so I called him up and he said, yeah, come on down, we got a job waiting on you. So I went down there and he said, okay. I said, well, look, Jerry Dorman took me there. I said, I haven't gotten transportation. I'll let you use my car, which was a big Chrysler, a big four-door Chrysler, you know, late model Chrysler. I'm driving this big limousine. And he said, I'll let you stay at my aunt's house, and it's $2 a day or something, a bedroom in the back, you know. And this old lady, that was sad. I'd be there all by myself. I used to report out of a lot of people talking. I was in that room by myself at night, no radio, no nothing, just. Anyway, I had to get up at 4:30 to open the broadcast station at the tower where the transmitters were. At 6 o'clock, we went on there. So I had to turn everything on at 5:30 to warm up all the tubes, you know. So I got up at 4:30, and I would stop by a Texaco filling station. They had these Coke machines and candy machines outside. They wouldn't have them outside now. They'd break into it. I went gotten an old handy bar and a Coke, and took them, and that was going to be my breakfast and lunch till I get off at 3:30 that evening. So I'd go to the, I had a little pocket knife. I'd go and take the chocolate off, make a pile, take the peanuts off, take the caramel. I had a 3-course meal there, you know. So I would eat a little bit at a time to stretch it out. And of course I had to call the studio, which was downtown, you know, in an office building where the broadcaster guys were putting the records and everything. And anyway, I would call them up and say, yeah, transmitter's ready to go. And so I'd turn everything on, and then the first thing at 7 o'clock in the morning, I had the Mutual Broadcasting System. It's not around anymore. It was a big thing then. AM radio. There was no FM in those days. It came on later on. And we broadcast his station, and every once in a while, we didn't get the broadcast, and I'd call the studio. I'm thinking the guy's name, Charlie Skelton. Got to be big friends with him. I said, Charlie, what's going on? He said, well, James, you're new here, but what happens? This guy don't have any, and I did feel like there was no advertisements. You know, that's where you make your money. It was just music. And they had country western music. You had Segway, 2 hours country western, 2 hours symphony, 2 hours regular music, that type of thing. And news, you know, local news and broadcast news from New York. He said, well, you're new here, but I got to let you know, this guy's not paying his bills. He's broke. And he said the engineer that was here before you, he stayed a couple months and didn't get a nickel, and he left. I said, I don't think that's going to happen to me. I need the money. So I already started plotting how I'm going to get out of there with my money. I didn't know, but I just figured it out. So I went up and talked to D.C. Jones, or we call him Direct Colonel Jones. He was a lieutenant in the Navy, communication officer, graduate at A&M. His father was a big mathematical professor at A&M. The family was well known there. And I called him up. I said, well, D.C., we called him D.C., he said, I got a better opportunity for a high-paying job, which I did in Laredo, Texas. KPAB in Laredo. Hewlett Smith called me. I was making $60 a month at KORA, and Hewlett said, I'll give you $210 and a place to live since you're single. You can live at the transmitter building, which was really an old house. The transmitter's in the old living room, so it had a bedroom and a kitchen and a shower and a toilet and a little porch, you know.
That's like
Just not for me. So, and I told him, he said, well, you know, young man, you got to go where the opportunity, okay. And he sits down with this big official checkbook, like I started. I said, Mr. Jones, I said, I need cash. I need to pay for the railroad. I got to take a railroad train to Laredo. That's how I'm going to get there. I have no money. So he said, okay. He wrote a $10 check, and he called downstairs. It was a radio TV repair shop downstairs. He called this guy on the phone real soon. I'm gonna send this guy down with $10. It's on my personal account. So I get $10. So I got $10. So I have a tablet there. I said, okay, we got 10 now. You owe me $50 some or whatever it was. You know, whatever the number was. And he said, well, you know, you come here late in the afternoon, the banks are closed, he's making an excuse. He calls me and tells me he deliberately sets me up so I can't get the money. I said, I need some more money. He said, just a minute. He got up and went out into the area where the secretary would sit, and I hear all this noise going on. He is emptying the money out of the Coke machine, all these nickels. They're pounding on the floor, and he's scooping it. He comes in with, and too low. And we're on 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. We come up with about, I don't know, $7 or $8 worth of quick nickels, all nickels. So I put them in a bag, some kind of a bag he gave me. And I remember going to the grocery store. I remember what a big grocery like HEB is. I don't know what it was there. Get the cash out of that. And the girl said, well, you're an 8 a.m. student. What are you playing poker? One all? I said, yeah, that's what it was. Anyway, I got so much. So we got down to, he owed me, see, I was there a month or two. See, so he still owed me $50-some. That was all I could get. So I said, well, I'm going to catch the midnight train from Hearne, Texas. Really like a movie, the midnight train from Hearne to go to Laredo. So I got to Charlie, I take his car. I said, well, I can take your car. Charlie Selton's going to take me to the railroad in Hearne, and I'll leave the car with him. He said, that's fine. So I drove out there, and I remember his wife said, well, Mr. Collins, are you hungry? Of course, I was eating all hungry. Of course, I had a little sandwich at a cafe made up for I couldn't eat regular meals. I was starving, so he had spaghetti and meatballs. You like spaghetti? You bet. So I ate a big plate, and he had two little blonde-headed girls, maybe this tall, and they were in the kitchen, and looked out. He said, Mama, that man is starving. Look at the way he's eating. Hush, hush, hush. So, would you like another plate? I said, yes, ma'am. I ate that other plate with iced tea. And so I say, Charlie, I said, here I got a check from KRA Broadcasting, which is hot as a $10, $3 bill there, and everybody knows him. Brian, this guy's a deadbeat. He said, well, the only thing I can say, Texas A&M, there's a street right down the campus with all these restaurants and stores for the students, different kind of stores, clothing stores, and, whatever, there's cafes. He said, the only thing I suggest go down there. Of course, this was at 9 o'clock at night. So I go down there and I hit these stores. Said, no, we already put our money in the bank. And you asked me, we put our money in the bank. We're closed, So I go to this cafe and then come into the door, and there's a cashier right there with a little table with I think a candy in or something below, snacks. And off to the left was the big area. Now all these damn guys are hooting and hollering, all drinking Cokes and, no liquor in that store, eating their hamburgers and carrying on, a bunch of guys. So I walk up to the cashier. I said, ma'am, I have a cash I need to check. Could you cash me a check? It's a company check. I made sure company check, not a personal. Company got to be good, They didn't know KRA. So he said, no, I'm not off, but you happen to hit it lucky. The owner is in the back in his office. He'll come out. So I said, yes, sir. I have a check. He said, we're from KRA from D.C. Jones. D.C. Jones, we haven't seen each other from Boy Scouts. This is the one guy in Bryan, Texas that didn't know D.C. Jones was deadbeat. He said, other than that, I wouldn't cash the check. So we cashed the check, and of course it bounced. In fact, I got back to Laredo, and Charlie Skelton called. He said, Jim, you can't, D.C. Jones like to blew his top. You were the only guy that got away with all the money he owed you. Cash that check. So I went with $50-some and got on the train, midnight train from Hearne, and got on there, and we kept stopping during the night. I was sleeping. It was midnight. I was trying to catch a nap, It stopped around, and I hear people coming and going on the train. When we got to San Antonio, some guy woke me up and said, hey, you got up, the bus is here for Lackland Air Force Base. These were guys going to the Air Force that picking up a young man. I said, partner, I've already served my time in the Navy. You go on about your business. So I got off the train, and you've been there at that beautiful station. It's still there, I guess. Looks Spanish architecture, big paintings in the ceiling. Just a beautiful building. So I get off. We had an hour or two to wait for the train to go to Laredo. Steam engine had to get coal on them, all that stuff. And I walked around and walked down the street, and there was a Mexican food fair or something, Mexican food and trinkets and trash, for tourists, And I walked around, I didn't buy anything, of course. I got something to eat, I forget what it was. It's Mexican food, I imagine, which I liked. Anyway, got back in the train, and there was only 3 people in the car I was in, and it was a steam engine. Of course, you had the windows open, and the sparks and the cinders from the train would blow, and you end up with a black face, the smoke. And we go, and we stopped at every little town, Dilly, a number of these little towns. And what it was, we would unload. That's how they got their groceries at the grocery store, from the train. The train had 2 rail cars, and the rest were freight cars. And they had stuff. All these towns we stopped and spent 20. And their trucks were ready to load all the stuff. The clothing store. Everything came by train to these little towns. So it took, it took about 6 or 7 hours to get to Laredo. We went slow and single track. Nobody come the other way, thank goodness. And got down to Laredo, and Hewlin told me that Nick Sanchez will meet you at the train station. I got there about 4:30, 5 o'clock or something. And he was a broadcast engineer, Nick Sanchez. And he took me to Hamilton Hotel, which is the big hotel in downtown Laredo, right off the square, right across was a Catholic church, a big cathedral, beautiful church. In those days, had the bandstand out like they did in the old days in a circle there. You had trees, it looked a lot of flowers around it, a pretty little square. And he dumped me off there. He said, well, you'll meet Hewlin in the morning. The radio broadcast was in that building at a different floor than my room. So I went up in the room, put my luggage up, and went down to the restaurant in the hotel and ate me something small, because I didn't have a lot of money, but I wanted to save my money. I didn't know what was going to happen. And I remember walking outside, it's daylight, and there was a lot, an empty lot, right next to the hotel, not right there, but just across the street there. There's a guy with a horse and a horse trailer there and a pickup. So I walked over there and says, what's going on here, partner? He says, I forget it, a cattle raiser, a cattle, not raiser, a cattle policeman. I think that's what he said. I said, what does that mean? He said, well, there's a fever, tick fever, coming across the board with these cows and giving the fever to the cattle here and killing cattle. So I would round them up, and he had little stalls section along the border that he rode. He was out there 10 days at a time, lived on the ground like a cowboy does, and ate on the ground. And anyway, he would put them in, and eventually he would put them he'd meet somebody someplace with a big truck and take them to San Antonio and put on the train, and they killed them. They killed them because there was a fever to kill the cattle. So I talked to him a long time. I said, do you enjoy your work? He said, oh, I love it. He said, I'm all by myself, but I'm that kind of guy. I said, well, that's it. And the red light come on. The red light should be on? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I went to Snyder on various occasions through my career with Sun Pipeline, because they were drilling a lot of wells out there. I went to Claremont, a pump station way north, and way down south to Thomas or Robert Lee oil fields, and the pump station down there in Colorado City. We had pump stations that was south of Snyder, all going south of Snyder. And one winter I was out there, I know it was in February, and there was snow on the ground, but the roads were clear, not a dusty, maybe 3 or 4 inches of snow on the fields around, but all the roads were clear. And living in a motel, of course. And when I worked out of town at that time, I was a guy that ran every morning. So I dress up cold and get out on the road at about 4:30 in the morning, because I got to go to work at 7 and got to eat something. You got to stand in line to get eat, so you got to get a lot of time. So I'm running down the road, dead. There's nothing, no cars at that time of the morning, and all of a sudden a police car is going the same direction I'm going, and he slows down. He goes up there and turns around, comes back, and parks on the other side of the road and waits for me to come over to get to the car. So, of course, I get across the road and sit in the car, and I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "What are you doing running at this time of night?" I said, "Well, I work out of town and I run to get exercise. I love to run, and whether or not, unless it's raining, other than that, I'm going to run." He said, "Well, how old are you?" And I told him how old I was, and he says, "Well, where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Longview, Texas. I'm working out here in a project." He said, "Okay." Just then he gets on the radio. He said, "I don't know. I got a man here. He may be the guy we're looking for." And I said, and he hung up. I said, "Well, who are we looking for?" He said, "There's a running bandit here in town. He's dressed in black, and he breaks in the house and he runs away. And you fit the description. You're dressed in black, had a big black coat on, blue jeans, dark clothes, big muffler on, everything, black hat on, knit hat to keep my ears warm." And I said, "Well, no, I'm an engineer, work for Sun Pipeline here. I'm out on a project." So I finally convinced him, and the thing is, I didn't have I didn't have nothing. I only had the motel key. But I didn't even think, here's the motel key, but I didn't think. I was kind of nervous. I'm sitting in a police car, and this guy is saying I may have the guy,
Right.
So I went the next morning into the office of secretaries. I told him I was a running bandit, because he knew about it. It was in the papers. It was a big deal in Snyder, Texas, about the running bandit. I don't know if they ever caught the running bandit, but they caught me.
Right. Got the wrong person.
I was only get fingerprinted in the car, maybe. Anyway, they got a big kick at it. That's the running bandit. But I ran every place, and there was another pump station, not in Snyder. It was east toward Longview. It was a small pump station. We were out there putting all the equipment in there, communications, and stayed at a hotel in a nearby town. I forget the name of the town, big hotel, and there was a whole bunch of guys, mechanics, pipe fitters, putting the pump station in, tanks, putting everything in. Probably had about 6 or 7 guys in the crew. We all stayed in this hotel and eat breakfast there before we went to work. Well, I got up at 4:30 to run, and I'm running down the interstate, the service road. Again, there's no traffic. I'm running back and forth, and I get back to the motel about 7 o'clock. I say 4, whatever it was. I ran for about an hour, so whatever. I get back and all the guys are sitting there eating. Said, "Where you been, Collins? You're late, you're late." I said, "Well, I've been running." They all laughed. "You're running?" "Yeah, right." I said, "I'll tell you what, partner. Tomorrow morning, if you'll meet at the front desk at 5:30 or 5 o'clock, I'll be there and we'll go running." And they said, well, they just kind of hoorah, and they realized maybe he is running,
Right.
Anyway, of course, I went up, and of course, I was in my blue jeans, the same thing. I didn't have shorts. It was wintertime. It's the same thing I had to go to work in.
Right.
So I just took my coat off right there and sat down and ate breakfast with him, and then we went to work, And there was no time clock. We all shot up there about 7, 7:10, 7:30, whatever. Anyway, that was that story. But Snyder was an oil field town with a boom on, and boy, you had to stand in line to get breakfast for a while, because there was hundreds and thousands of people there drilling wells, and people that had the oil trucks, all the equipment that associate with drilling oil wells, pipe fitters and big trucks hauling the pipe in there, and they had to eat. That was the only town around there to eat, so everybody was in the cafes. It was interesting. Yeah, and I had to climb a couple towers, put antennas up, and did all the wiring. I told you I did to put the mobiles in on that back end of that automotive business, a sheriff dealership. In daytime, I worked putting in all the equipment in the offices, portable. Had to wire telephones to everybody's desk. So it was a lot of telephone work plus the radio work, which I was versed on it. So it just took time. Just one guy doing all that. I'd jump from one place to another. As the equipment come in, they had to ship the equipment in. I couldn't carry, because there's telephones for everybody. That office might have 10 telephones and a remote control radios, to where some of the desks had the remote so they could operate the base station radio from each desk, not each, but 3 or 4 main people's desks. And so it was a lot of wiring, and one guy just took a lot of time, but I enjoyed it. I was capable of doing it. I never had to pause, what am I going to do about this? Now, I had to makeshift some stuff temporary, but that's what I did. Like the oil company, they had a temporary office while the buildings was being built for their offices. It was upstairs over some store in downtown Snyder, and I tried to put an antenna. I had to climb out on the roof and climb up on some pipes. It's something to get this antenna up there and get the guys going and feel they could get on the tower that was yet to be built. So one tower served Sun Oil and Pipeline. The Sun Oil was at the top of the tower. Sun Pipeline was about 15 feet down on an arm that stuck out, so the arm for the antenna was out about 5 feet. And I had to reach out there 5 feet to hook all these cables on there, way up in the air in the wintertime. It was fun, you know. Nobody questioned me. Anyway, I did all that stuff, enjoyed it, and did the same thing with the Sun Oil trucks. They had trucks, oil field trucks. I had to put radios in, you know, maybe 30, 40, 50 trucks, cars and trucks and everything else. There's a lot of radios, mobile radios, all Motorola, same radio. Now, Sun Oil was on 4209 megahertz, yeah, and Sun Pipe owns 4862 megahertz, so they were separated, so they didn't interfere. But at the base station, there was an interference between the Sun Pipeline and the Sun Oil. And I called McDaniel, my boss, told me it's some interference, and I was trying to find it. He said, well, check the connections on the antenna, which I knew that. I checked them, double checked them, and couldn't find anything. Went down to the radios, couldn't find anything. So I said, I've done everything I can do. I don't know what's going on here. So they sent Charlie Burgess out there to help me, because he's electrical and I knew him, he's a real good guy. And what happened, we found a cold solder joint on one of the antenna connections at the base station. And that was where the signals were interfering inside the building, not on the antennas. So, got that fixed. So thank God for Charlie Burgess.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I really worked with him. I knew him in the office, and we're still friends, as you know. Lives in Dallas there. Anyway, so that went down, like I said, went down all the way down, went northeast to Claremont to a pump station, had all instrumentation there I installed in a small tower there with an antenna, and then went down to Claremont, down south, all the way down to Robert Lee, which is probably maybe 100 miles south of Snyder, and put the base station up and every time you go to base, you had to go to the office and put these remotes for the different desks. The bosses had to have their own, and then one for the guys, and telephones, did all that stuff together. And I stayed in a bunkhouse, the Sun Oil Company bunkhouse in Colorado City. And that was the first time I took a picture and sent it home to my dad of these mountains, these big hills out there. It was all prairie and then these big hills, 300 or 400 feet tall. It was news to me.
Yeah.
And there was a cafe there. They didn't have a chow hall like they did at Sun Field. They had cafes there around the camp, and there was people. They had a little town around these oil camps because they had people to serve the people in the oil camps. So we ate in the cafes there. You only had one cafe, and food was good. So anyway, at Sun Field, I had a chow hall. You sat down there and passed the dishes like you did in Port Arthur College, home style, and that was real good eating down there. In fact, down there at Sun Field, Exxon, they had a bunkhouse, but they didn't have a chow hall. So they'd come in there, some of them, and Halliburton, all the oil field people ate there too. Of course, they paid extra because we were Sun Oil people, and so we didn't pay. But we met a lot of interesting people there, just sitting down there talking. Where are you from? Well, I'm from Houston, and we're in Halliburton, and we're drilling these wells out here. You know, oil field talk is what it was.
Right.
And of course, I remember telling you, we stayed in the bunkhouse, and Charlie Burgess went home every weekend to see his betrothed, who he married. I say betrothed, I don't know, engaged, I think they were. And I stayed down there, and I worked during the weekends. I mean, I'm there, what are you gonna do? You're out there in the prairie.
Yeah.
No place to go, and I wasn't a book reader at that time, and nothing to read. The bunkhouse didn't have any magazines or book, nothing. And the bunkhouse is just a big, like a military, big open room with bunks in it. And the showers were in another room, with 3 or 4 showers in there for enough people. Now, when Charlie Burgess and I were there, it was just me and Charlie Burgess and one pipeline gauger. There wasn't a whole lot of people, because a lot of the construction had been gone, and these people are gone. The pump station was hooked up and all that. And we hooked up all the telephones and radios and all that stuff. I'm back to Sun Field, which is outside of McAllen. Anyway.
So there's pipeline gaugers and pipeline fitters.
Pipeline mechanics, pipeline electricians, pipeline clerks, clerks to receive the material. And engineers at the pumping station, called station engineers. They weren't engineers like I was, but they called them station engineers, because it was all hand operated until we started putting all this equipment in later down the road. At that time out in Snyder, we didn't have we just had radios and telephones. That was what our deal was. So I enjoyed every bit of it, Snyder, and I was by myself. I didn't have to ask anybody's permission, which I liked. I just did my own schedule the way I wanted to work. But I ended up working a lot of hours. I didn't get no overtime. I was on by the month, which meant, now they said if you do overtime, you're supposed to. I never applied for overtime. I was so happy with the job, to have the job. I loved it. I thought I was king of the road, and being able to do everything myself without somebody saying do this, like like the mechanics had the chief mechanic with them, and and the pipeline foreman would be there bugging them down their ear. They didn't bother me, because I was a separate entity. And by the way, I think I told you about Sour Lake, where me and Clay Mullins didn't get along, because he wanted to tell me everything to do, and I said, no, you handle the pipes and oil, and I'll handle electronics, and that didn't go well for him. And we got we got up in each other's face a couple times.
I remember.
But the thing is about old Clay Mullins was busy in the Church of Christ. Oh boy, he thought he was a wonderful guy. And all the while he was taking kickback from Harold Behar, a contract welder who lived behind Stinky Davison's house. And what happened, Clay Mullins got in a dispute with Harold Behar and fired him. So Harold Behar said, Clay Mullins was not smart. He accepted checks instead of cash. So Harold Behar had all the checks made out to Clay Mullins. He went to the Beaumont office, said, look at this guy. He's getting kickbacks from me. Well, they should have fired him. But that was the old school boys. They all went to World War II. They were young people. They didn't go to the military. They worked off. So they all knew each other. Their families lived in these camps. So they sent them way out to Robert Lee, which is Siberia, for the pipeline. It was the end of the road, way out there, away from nobody. That's what they did with him and his wife. But the other thing about Clay Mullins, he called me one day at work there and said, Collins, I wonder if you could come check my television. My wife said there's something wrong. There was only one television station in Houston, a long way away. She had to have these big antennas to pick up the signal. And he said that there's something wrong with my television. So I went over and looked at it on my own time on Saturday, by the way. And I said, there's nothing wrong with your television, maybe your antenna. Well, I climbed up in the roof of his house there. It was a company house on the property. That's what they did. The foreman had a house in these distant far places. and I rotated the antenna around and see it was pointing. I said, it's pointing in the right direction, and I could hear his wife down there. Tell him to go get us a new antenna, Clay. I think it's the antenna. And I'm saying, I don't think it's the antenna, Mrs. Mullins. Well, she rules the roost. So I get in I'm on time now. They never say thanks, by the way. Never said thanks. I get in my car the next Monday, and we deal with some wholesale places in town to get small parts and small radio tubes, but they sold antennas. So I pick up a big antenna and pay for it there, and they give me a discount because I'm a customer for Sun Pipeline. I told them it was for the foreman. Get a little discount, $10 discount. Those antennas were like $100. They were expensive.
Yeah.
Anyway, I get up on the roof, put the new antenna, still don't do anything good. Never said thanks, nothing. Didn't even offer to pay for it. And I said, hey, I had to pay for that. Well, we thought Sun Pipeline would pay for it since you did business. That's the way you thought. I said, no, ma'am, sir. I had to pay for it. So they finally had to come up and give me some money. But there he was, a crooked, he was a big, high and mighty guy, straight-laced and all this, and there he was taking kickbacks and using the guy in his own time to work on his TV and his antennas, and never even said thanks.
That's a
But
shame.
I was glad to see him go.
I know you
And
were.
they got somebody else in there who was almost as bad, but a different kind of guy,
Right.
Arthur French.
Oh.
He was straight-laced. Anyway, I ended up getting along with it, but of course I got promoted and got out of there, Went to the head office in Beaumont before we moved. The Beaumont office moved to Longview in what would you figure, 70s? No, we went to from Sour Lake to
Longview.
Beaumont. Wait.
1970.
No, I was in Beaumont before I got married. I mean, I married, but you kids weren't. We didn't have no kids at that time, so
Right.
we just got married. Yeah. So just me and Lorraine were there, and then of course you kids came along in Sour Lake in Stinky Davison's rent house there. And
Yes.
5 or 7 years we stayed there, and then we finally built a house. Then we moved to Longview to get another promotion. So I was going to be the head of all the technicians, which is what I was. So I was on the board of directors of a Texas State Technical Institute, which trains pilots, electricians, plumbers, electronics technicians. It was a tech trade school. It was down in Waco. It was the old big air base, World War II air base, and later on that was an air base that George Bush landed at to go to his house that was nearby. It was called the named after John Connally Air Base for the military. And so Texas State Institute was there and trained pilots and airplane mechanics, air current electricians, the whole 9 yards. And I was on the board of directors, requested, because I was trying to seek to get some students out of there trained, instead of me training them like I trained Johnny Allen, Gene Wentz, and Glenn Radley. I was up higher. I had too many other things going in the fire. So I went down there and gave a speech about what Sun Pipeline, trying to interest them in the Sun Pipe oil business, and
Right.
radios. So I went back. Okay, the red light's on. All right. After the Estonia and Latvia job, I was still working at Rockwell. When I came back from that, I was working at Rockwell. And the country of Jordan was putting in a microwave system, telephone system, and radio system, all the cars from the Iraqi border all the way to the Red Sea. Not a big country, but it's quite a few microwave hops, 30 miles apart, and towers all the way. And I was working at Rockwell, and Jack Shank, the manager, went over to Jordan to meet the people because they were buying Rockwell microwave equipment. And Jack was an engineer, a real engineer, you know. And he went over there with his wife, and of course they put him up in a big fancy hotel, and he went to the boss's house and ate with him, you know. He stayed over there 3 or 4 weeks at max. And at that time, the Muslims rose up against Israel, and he was there when Assasat, that bad guy for the Muslims, he came there, and they had all the tanks in the streets to protect him and everything. He was there. He didn't see anything, but anyway, that was over, and he came back after his 30 days. And when he came back, he was talking about his experience, because he had his wife with him, and they treated him like royalty, you know. He wasn't really, he was at the office, shuffling papers or whatever he was doing. And he came back, and he was walking around, and he just happened to be, I'm working, I'm on the stand with all the stuff there, checking. He said, well, Collins, you know, you're retired at oil company, maybe there's somebody you know that used to work with you that would like to go back to Jordan and help install some of this microwave equipment. He said, some young guy. And I said, what about an old guy? He said, what do you mean? I said, what about me? He said, you want to go? I said, yeah, if my wife approves. He said, let me go home and talk to my wife. And I talked to Lorraine. Of course, she had the Merle Norman going in and had her friends, you know, and she was happy. And I said, okay. Wife said, okay. So I loaded up to go and got on a plane. You know, they on a 747 first class. I was sitting on a seat right behind the pilots. You know, that door closed, way up high. And I remember looking out the window in JFK and seeing the what was that jet, high-speed jet? What was that?
The Concorde.
The Concorde. It looked like a toy down there on the ground. We were so high up. So I rode first class back there. Boy, waited on by the waitress and hoi polloi. When I got on the plane, I had a ticket, and I said, I was trying to find the number of seat, and the waitress said, the stewardess said, let me see your ticket. He said, sir, you're in first class. I didn't know Jordan, Yasser Mufti paid first class. I thought it was regular. So I climbed up the stairs way up there, first class, you know.
Whoa.
And there was a guy sitting next to me. He was a pilot. He came over, pilot for some airline. I don't think it was a Jordanian airline, but he was flying Jordanian and get back to the Middle East. He was over there for flight training on a new jet. And he was sitting next to me, and he said, it's just me and you here. There's all kind of, if you don't mind, I'm tired. I've been in class for a whole 2 weeks. I need a rest. So he got up to seat and went back, which is fine with me. I never slept. I was so excited. I was looking out the window. It was dark.
Yeah.
Of course, it was dark. We were flying. And finally, I seen some little light fishing boats, and I knew we were getting near some land. And we landed in England at Heathrow Airport, and then we changed over no, I believe we landed in Holland. Schiphol Airport, big airport in Holland. We sat there, and then I changed to a plane to fly to Jordan, which is a Dutch plane. Anyway, I ate breakfast there, and there's a bunch of guys talking Americans. They were working in the oil fields in the Middle East. They were over there talking. I could hear them talking oil fields. I went over and sat there with them, told them who I was, and I was going to the country of Jordan. He said, well, as far as we know, it's pretty safe there. You know, they'd been in the Middle East, all these oil fields around there. Of course, most of them from Texas, we were talking about where you're from, you know, how people do. So they got up and went on their plane going home. They were going back to the United States. And I was going to Jordan, so I got on the plane that afternoon, and we flew to Istanbul, Turkey, and landed there to let people off on the way to Jordan, and one stop. And I remember looking out at the sea out there where the the Black Sea comes out at the, and we seen all the marionettes from the Muslims, marionettes, you know, their Muslim temples, and army guys got on there, 2 guys, army with guns to just protecting, you know, the Middle East, I guess. And I was flying first class too in that plane. It was a small plane, like a 737 type airplane. It was a French plane, you know, one of those, same thing as 747. So we took off from Istanbul, Turkey, and then flew to Jordan. And I remember flying over, and it looked like West Texas, you know, desert, you know, just like West Texas, some hills out there. And I said, man, this looked like, so I got off the plane with my luggage and went through customs, you know, showed them my thing. And normally people come to meet you with a sign, you know, I understood that. And nobody was there to meet me. And I didn't have no telephone numbers, I didn't know nothing. I didn't even know the name, I knew the name of the company and the new name of the Yazid Mufti. He was the head man. Anyway, I waited there, and there was the Muslim guy, the guy, you know, checking my luggage, and I had Pepto-Bismol. He said, yeah, you Americans eat this food, sometimes you get upset. He knew what it was. And I was talking to him, I said, well, it was supposed to be, he could speak English, somewhat, you know. Supposed to be somebody to meet me here. He said, well, sometime you're late. So I didn't get upset, I just stood around, about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, some guy showed up. He said, are you Mr. Collins? I said, yes, I am. He could speak just a few words of English. That was the extent of his English. So, come on. I get in the car, and he takes me to this hotel. And of course, I'm you know, all screwed up in mind about the time. You know, it was daytime, and I wore out all. Didn't sleep on a plane all night. Time zone, 10 hours. You know, 8 hours of it. I was beat up, so I went to the hotel and got a room. I woke up at 4:30. I got about 2 hours sleep, and the guys singing out the prayer call at 4:30. Loud. These loudspeakers up and down the street. You couldn't get away from them loudspeakers.
I ain't Texas no more.
Yeah. Anyway, I finally woke up and had a little restaurant downstairs, and I went down there and got coffee, and the coffee was a make-believe coffee, and it was horrible. And I said, tea. They love tea. I found out that was the drink of the Middle East was tea, and I like tea. So I had a cup of tea, and I had an egg or something, you know, some kind of a breakfast there. Got done with that, and went upstairs and waited, and then here comes Peter Brown and Peter Brown and Keith Morton over in a company car to pick me up at the hotel. So I get in the car and go and meet the people in the office, meet the Yazid Mufti and everybody. And he had a staff meeting. He wanted me in there at a big table, and they were all Arabic. So, well, Peter Brown was there and Keith Morton. Of course, I was the only English, but Yazid would speak good. And he went to school in London, in England, as an electrical engineer. He's smart. And money people. His wife was in the Congress, they don't call it the Congress, whatever it is there. She was a big shot in the government, so they had connections. I'm sure that's why he got the contract, probably, I don't know. Anyway, and I remember Yazid Mufti got a big bowl of lettuce and just ate this dry lettuce while people were talking. Just eating this dry lettuce. Not a whole lot, just saying a big bowl. Nobody wanted, he walked, no, everybody eating. I wasn't going to eat lettuce for 10 o'clock in the morning. I just had a good idea. Anyway, we got done with that. He told me, he said, I know you're whooped up. He didn't say that word, it's my word, the overnight flight. And he said, go in the corner office there. It's quiet, and get in that big chair and take you a nap, because you need a nap. Which he was right. So I napped for about 3 or 4 hours and woke up like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And the office closed at 5. Regularly, the girls were home at 5, but we sat there and talked. And Peter Brown, and who were engineers from England, and Keith Morton. That was before Colin Gillette. Well, Colin Gillette was there too, but he wasn't at the meeting. I don't know where he was, but he was one of the other guys. So Yazid Mufti talked to me about the project. And I said, yeah. I said, you know, I helped build his equipment, so I know all about the equipment. If you want a guy that knows the equipment, you're looking at the guy. And we started getting the boxes of equipment, and it was still coming in. And in some of the boxes, the girls at Rockwell wrote me notes. Jim, keep your nose out under those Arab tents. Leave those women alone, and all that. Had all kind of notes, and all the other guy was laughing. I see all these little notes, you know. All the girls, Rick Rockwell and all you wrote notes. So we put all the equipment together and went out and installed at different places. But we had a bunch of Arab technicians wired up, just wires, you know, putting wires from here to there. They had the diagrams, and they could do that. They probably didn't even know what the equipment was, but they could wire everything up, and they did good wiring too. So I started going out on a job and went around with Peter Brown most of the time. Sometime Peter and Keith, but mostly it was Peter Brown. And we got along good. And we'd go to these different towns. He said, you know, we got a little time before the equipment arrives. He says, let me take you to this historic place over there. And we'd go into these caverns and, you know, walk around. And we went to, they called it the Black Castle. It was a black fort way up on a hill. All the bricks, big, they were boulders, built this whole, and these people, how'd they haul those boulders up back in the 2000, you know, before Christ was born, you know? How'd they get them up there? And they made a good job. I mean, it all came together. But it was all black rocks, so they called it the Black Fort. And you get up there, you could see for miles. It was high, the rest of it was level ground, so you could say you could defend that place. But they didn't, because they cut off the food and water to the place, and some other guys captured it. But it was just there. Now we walked around, you could see everything. So I seen a few things like that on the way. And of course, then I went down to eventually down into that awful famous tourist spot. Well, I'll kick it up to that. We went around to they had a, what do you call it, where they had the circle thing with the king down. It was like a big outdoor auditorium, I guess. We sat in outside, and they had a square for the king to stand, give his speech, and I went down and we beat out the king, you know, took some pictures. And we walked around in between waiting on equipment, you know, so I've seen a lot of sights around there. And way down the line, after I'd been there 3 or 4 weeks, it was one of the guys, a Muslim guy who could speak English, pretty good English. I don't remember his name now, but he wanted to take us out to his hometown of Jerash, which was a town built way back before the army took over Israel way back in the day of Christ. And we went through some things there, and then we had a lunch out in the field, out alongside the highway with no real seats. We ate on the ground, sandwiches. And then he said, well, Jim, I want to show you something. So we walked down the street, and there was all these big columns, like there used to be a church there, columns on both, but no roof, you know, just all columns, 100, maybe 50, 60 columns on both sides of the roof. He said, walk down. He said, I want to show you something. And he's counting. I said, oh, this is it. This is the one. I said, okay, what's happening? He said, do you have a metal coin, like a quarter or $50? I said, I got a quarter. He said, give it to me. So he looks up, and he looks here, and this thing is moving. You can't see it. You stick the quarter in, you can't get it out. Next thing you pull it, you get it. That thing is moving imperceptibly. You can't see it moving. And he said, none of the tourist guides know about this, just us locals. And since you're a friend of mine, I'm showing you this. And that was interesting, you know, stick it in, and it was grab it and pull it out. The thing was moving, just couldn't see it. And there were all these columns. He knew which one it was. You know. Anyway, that was interesting. We had a good time there. But I went all over, and I worked all kind of hours. Didn't bother me. Worked nights, and in fact, who was it? Colin Gillette and I was out to this microwave relay station they were putting in on a hill, and it was a fortified hill. They had army there with cannons. You know, 40 millimeter, not huge cannon, 40 millimeter aircraft cannons is what it was. And most of the officers in the Jordanian army were trained by the British when the British owned it. So we met the major in charge of the fort which the microwave tower was there, and the technicians were wiring up the microwave. And I remember he had this stick. You've seen it. These guys had these little stick, walking stick. They didn't put it on. It was just about that like a sword. They'd walk it on their arm. And this major, when we get ready to leave, it was getting near sundown, and he was walking with his sergeant. The sergeant was about a foot behind him, you know, walking around just this evening walk before he went to bed, just like in the movies. You know? So we get in the Jeep, and we head out in the dark down this road. I'm sure, you know, had the headlights on, but it wasn't no paved road. It was just a gravel road, bushes on either side. All of a sudden, out of these bushes, two guys with guns pop out. Boy, we stopped that car real quick. So they came up to the car. Of course, Colin Gillette could speak Muslim, Jordanian. Yeah, he lived there. He and his wife went all over the Middle East, you know. They were amateur archaeologists. He went for the archaeology. On his off time, he'd go around here picking up this stuff, picking up stones and which meant that dated us. He knew all that stuff. He was smart. So he could speak their language, and he told them what we had just come from the fort, and we were going back. They were Jordanians, thank God. So they let us go naturally, and we went back to the hotel, and he went to his home. And we got back there about time to go to bed. And then within a day or two, Colin Gillette got a word from his wife had a serious heart attack and he had to go home. So he went home. So I just knew him about a week there. And he went home. And so Yazin Mufti called me in his office and said, you know, Colin went home. He said, have you ever run a project? Well, I hadn't, but I knew I'd been around project. I knew how to do it. I said, yeah, I ran some projects. He said, well, you're now the project manager. You're the head guy. So, as such, I had groups, like 5 groups, two guys in each group of local Jordanians that were the technicians that did the wiring, the electrical wiring and just telephone wiring, that kind of wiring in these buildings. So I told him I'm the new manager, and I said, here's the deal. I want to know every evening when you get in from work, and I don't care what time it is, I want to know how you stand on your project, what percent's complete, or if you have any problems. I want to know before I go to bed. So when I go to work the next morning, I'll know the deal. I don't want to learn the next morning of the problems. I want to know them tonight. They couldn't believe that. So they called me at night at the hotel and tell me this stuff. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, didn't bother me. You know, I was all ready to go. So I went the next morning. I knew, okay, Yazin, you go this, you go there. And you know, in groups of 2s. And you go to this pump station. I had a bath. You go to this pump station. You're 90% completed. Then you move to this pump station, or not pump station, microwave towers. They're out nowhere, no pump station. It was a communication system. So I was on the 4th floor, and they would down to the 1st floor, go elevators, walk down, and it was a nice office building. But you know, when I got there, the commode was a hole in the floor. They still hadn't had commodes. Just, you went to the bathroom in a hole in the floor, in a room. Yeah. It wasn't too smelly, it was pretty smelly in there. You know, the hole went all the way down 4 stories, way into the ground, someplace. And by the time I left, they started installing commodes. You know, that was all brand new. It was, you know, it was a 3rd world country. Yeah. You know, had a king, but you know, didn't have a lot of conveyances. But there was a lot of cars, mostly English-made German cars on the road. They didn't have any cars down there to build cars. Anyway, that was interesting. Anyway, that morning you go here, you go there, and then I hear them arguing downstairs at the foyer to go out to get in their cars to go to the shop. So I go down there and I told them, I always went there and said, but this means time out. That means you shut up, I talk. So I hit the time out. It took them a while for the start. So I asked this one guy that could speak real good, the guy that took us up there to see the thing that was moving, you remember? Uh-huh. And he could speak. I said, what's going on? I said, well, this guy wants to go to this tower because his grandmother lives there and he'll be able to get off at lunch or sometime after work and visit his grandmother. And this one wanted, I said, no, wait a minute. I determine who goes where. If you want to go there, you tell me that morning, but once I make the command up, no change. And they all looked at me and said, no change. Tomorrow, you greet with me for the meeting, the morning meeting, and say you would like to go, and I'll see if I can arrange it. But you report to me, remember. And we had 2 retired brigadier general, army generals in the group. It was politics, you know, because the army run everything in Georgia. We worked for the army. We worked for a major. I met him when we went to the Monday morning meetings at the army headquarters downtown. Anyway, and this major came in. He was standing in the doorway when I was telling the guys how to carry the cabbage. He says, Mr. Jim, that's what he called, Mr. Jim, you're right. You're like an army guy. He was proud of me, and he told Yazin about it. So Yazin bragged on me. He said, yeah, you seems like you know what you're doing. You're controlling these people, which is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, and every Monday morning we'd have to go down to Army headquarters. Me and Yazin go down to the Army headquarters in downtown Milan. We were outside of the downtown. We were in the outskirts of down, but we had to get in the car and go. And go in there and had guards in the front, you know, and went into this place, went into this room with a big table, and there was a major in there. He introduced, he spoke English, Major so-and-so was his name. He was the major that we had, he was in charge of the project from the Army standpoint of view. He never went out, but he just, we showed him all the charts, percent complete and all this. But we come in, the minute we come in, here comes the corporal, they're all dressed in Army uniforms, corporate with tea. And it's sugar tea. I didn't know that. They put a tablespoon of sugar in a little glass like that. I almost gagged at that. I finally told him, I said, if you please, I'd like the corporal to bring me no sugar. I learned how to speak it in Arabic then. They couldn't believe it because they all took sugar, and the Brits took sugar and cream in their coffee, and I just took a little sugar in it. But we drank tea. I didn't drink coffee over there. Drank tea. It was good tea, real good tea. Anyway, it was British tea. That's where it came from, Britain. Anyway, so he bragged on Yazid did, so I control. So every Monday morning we go down there, and when a new guy, when a captain would come in the group, here comes the corporal with another round of tea. I think we drank 5 cups of tea there during the meeting, because everybody that come in, we started with a new round of tea. You better have a good bladder in Jordan. We drank a lot of tea, but it was small cups of tea. You know, wasn't big cups like we drink, but still, it's a lot of tea. You know, tea kind of runs through, you know.
Yes.
But anyway, every Monday we'd go down there and meet with him, which was fine. And one day I was with Yaz and we were coming from some places. I wanted to get away from the office and talk to you. So we went to an American, I think it was a pizza parlor. It's a pizza like we have in one of the name brands. I forget the name brand here that we have in the United States.
Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut or whatever, yeah, whatever it was. It was American style pizza. And we're sitting there talking. He wanted to talk to me about the situation and me, learn more about me, just a personal talk, you know. And we were there one morning, and up come a big tour bus, and all these people went upstairs. I didn't know that was stairs, and all these tourists went upstairs, and they looked at us over there and see who we were, what we were doing. But we had a good meeting. He liked me, and I liked him, so we got along real good. So eventually, what I was over there really to design a communication for a water pipeline. That was what I came for, but while I was there, I was going to help put all this equipment in, and that was the deal. The deal hadn't gone through yet, so in the meantime, help us install this equipment. I enjoyed that. So about 2 months, I guess, he came back to me and called me in his office there one day. He said, well, the pipeline, we're not getting the money from the World Bank to build the pipeline. So I guess you're going to go home. I said, well, that's fine with me. I said, but he said, I'll tell you what, you've done a good job, and if we get another job like this, I'll call you. Will you come? I said, yeah. I enjoyed Jordan. Didn't have any problems. Now, I might say on Sunday afternoon I was off. I would go to the big hotels and eat a regular breakfast, you know, English breakfast, you know, sausage and eggs and ham and all that kind of stuff. And I remember in this big hotel, there was a guy sitting over by himself. I think he was American. Before my order came, I said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm an American, just got here. You happen to be American?" Or he said, "Yeah, I'm an American. I'm over here with oil business in the Gulf or something, you know, oil there in Jordan." But he was layover in Jordan or something. So we talked about his job a little bit. Then my breakfast came, so I excused myself because he was finished eating. He had to go, some meeting. So I went back and got my breakfast, and I remember seeing, like in the movie, this guy dressed up, a waiter, not in a waiter's uniform, like a military uniform, with his little chime, ding, ding, call for Mr. So-and-so, ding, ding, walked around that little, you see it in the movie, ding, ding, call for Mr. So-and-so. I thought I was in a movie over there. And while I was eating, a whole bunch of people came in. You could tell they're American. They're all talking. They were from Texas. And I went over and met them. They were an evangelical Protestant group coming through Jordan, going through to see all the biblical sites, you know. So, and they were from Tyler, believe it or not. I said, "Well, I'm from Longview." So, okay. We just visited a while because they wanted to eat. I finished my breakfast and I went back to the hotel, and I walked the streets. I walked around the streets. It was safe. I just walked all over within distance of the hotel. I didn't get lost. But the other thing about Jordan, there were no stoplights except one stoplight, one red light in downtown where the palace was and all the government buildings. One red light. There were no stop signs any place in the whole country of Jordan. And what it would be, the people would go and they would say, "Inshallah, God willing, if I'm going to get killed, God," and you'd hear them banging. Boom. I was in my office. Boom. They banging. "Inshallah." And they told me, they finally give me the little green Toyota stick shift to drive, 4-door stick truck, so I could drive that little stuff. Said, "Jim, when I first got there, when they gave me, after 3 days when I got my head together, Yazid said, 'I guess you can drive.' 'Yeah, I got a license, I can drive.' So he said, they told me, if you get in an accident, go get the police right away, because in Jordan, the relatives will come after the guy that killed or hurt their family member, and they'll beat you up, maybe even kill you. So you don't drive careful." And I drove real careful around. I never got close, but they had, other than that one traffic, no stop sign, had traffic circles. And I lived at the 5th circle. When you ask, "Where do you live?" "I live at the 5th circle." Before, that's how you design yourself in that neighborhood. That was neighborhoods. And I drove around circle, and in circle, I just waved the guy, "Go ahead of me. I can wait. I can wait." I was real careful. So when people said, "Where do you live?" "I live at the 5th circle." Well, that's where I was. And the office was beyond the 1st circle. So it was a long way to drive. Not long, a lot of circles. So I always took a portable radio with me, but I didn't have one when I worked in Russia and these other places. I forgot it or didn't bring it. And Keith Morton lended me a shortwave portable so I could hear the BBC World News in London. So at 6 o'clock in the morning, they come on with the BBC World News. And I remember hearing it one morning that, let's see, somebody bombed somebody. Ronald Reagan bombed Libya. They killed that guy over there. They missed him, but they bombed over there. So that means everybody's uptight. When then Arab country gets bombed, all the Arabs get uptight in the other countries. They're all brotherhood, they called it. Arab brotherhood. So I went to the office and I called the embassy from my room. And I said, "I'm an expat," that's what we call expat. You're an expat from a foreign country. And what do I do? "Well, where do you live?" "At the 5th circle." "Where's your office?" I said, "Oh, it's about 3 blocks beyond the 1st circle." I said, "Well, be careful." That's all I said. That was a good advice. I'm going to be careful.
Yeah.
So I got out of my car and walked out the door. Here comes two high level, not high level, special police they call them. They had a red lapel-vest, a little red tam o' shanter hat, and a Uzi machine gun like this, all dressed up in military uniform, walking by the door. And I knew a little Arabic then. I said, like, what's up, more or less. And they said, they had some broken English. Everything's all right, but be careful, more or less. That was all I got at him.
Yeah.
So I got in my car and go to the circle. The first circle was a big Sherman tank there in the circle, a whole bunch of Army guys, and everybody's in the streets walking around, talking to each other loud. Go to the next circle. All circles had Army people there, tanks, because they didn't know what was going to happen, you know, which is fine. So I get back to the office and I call the American Embassy again. I said, you know, you don't have any further instructions for me? I want all these tanks and all these Army people around, and people were angry in the streets. They were having parades, or angry because we bombed an array of country. Oh, just be careful. That was the only thing they told me. Useless. Anyway, oh, we survived it. That went over after a while. You know, it calmed down. They had some parades downtown Jordan, which we were far away from the capital, and it was doctors and lawyers. There's no people not burning things. Just it was a show, was what it was. They had 400 or 500 people parade. Real. We had some signs and no hoot, no holler. That was the end of it that day.
Yeah.
Everything calmed down. So,
How long were you over there, Daddy?
so over there a couple months.
Couple
Yeah.
months.
And I could talk to Mother on the satellite phone, and she wrote me a letter, and I wrote her a letter one time, because I couldn't always get on the satellite phones, you know.
Right.
They were busy. And, anyway, so when it was all over, Yazzie Mufti, the day I was going leave Sunday to go back to the States, and Colin Gillette and, no, Colin was back home with his wife with a heart attack. Peter Brown and Peter Brown and Keith Morton brought me to the wanted to pick me to the airport. I said, no, Yazin said he's taking me. And they all went, what? Boy, he's never taken anybody. We've had people come here, the big shots from wherever. He never took anybody. I said, well, he told me he's taking me. Oh, they were aghast. So I made an inroad with Yazzie Mufti. So we got to the airport, standing, went through all the customs. Of course, he spoke Arabic, and his mother was in the high up in the government. I think they pretty well knew who he was, and they went through the customs real easy. And he gave me the Arab kiss on both cheeks, you know. And he said, I'll be in touch with you. Would you like to come back? I said, I'd love to come back. If you get some project in Jordan, I'd be really happy. And when I go back to the States, I'm going to go to the technical school that I'm on the board and get some study material so we can get it back so your guys can, it's in English, but it gives rudimentary study about microwaves so you can train some of your own microwave technicians. Because these guys were doing wire and they were not technicians. They couldn't understand electronics. So I went to Kilgore College and also went down to the Texas State Institute College and got some information and called him on the phone and told him about it. He was real appreciative. So he did write me a letter and says, well, there's no projects there was a depression going on in the Middle East at that time. And he said there's no projects in it, but if there's one comes up, I'll be glad because I found that letter in there. You're a real hard worker, and you know what you're doing. That's the kind of man I need for these projects. I said, well, okay. Of course, they never came through. So after that, within a matter of a year or so, I get a call from Lee Sylvester. He's in Tulsa, right? And I'm out of the company. He calls me at the house. He said, oh, I'm all stirred up. I'm going to Kazakhstan. I said, where's Kazakhstan? He told me the Middle East. We're going to look at a pipeline that's under construction to see if it meets our standards. And then within the next day, he calls me back again. What's happening? He said, my doctor said, I ain't going to Jordan. I've got heart problems. He does. He said, you die. You could die over there. We couldn't get you out of
Yeah.
It'd take a helicopter, maybe 3 days to get you to the hospital. You'd die. So Lee says, can you go in my place? That's how I found out about you. I said, well, I'm sure I'm suitable to go over there to do the work. I checked with my mama, Lorraine. So I went right to mama, talked to her at the Merle Norman. Or maybe she was at the house. It was a weekend and she was in the bedroom or something. I said, got a call from Lee Sylvester. He works for a big engineering company. Wilbur Butler is a big engineer out of Tulsa. It's a worldwide company, builds pipelines, big buildings all over the world. International company. And, well, how long will you be gone? I said, Dad, I don't know. Probably a month, maybe, but maybe longer. She said, well, look, I know you like to do those things. You know, I got the business, I got my friends here. The kids are all gone, but they're in Texas. They'll come visit me from time to time. And, you know, I can drive, and I know you like that, so go on. So I went to Tulsa, had a blue suit on, a white shirt and a tie, to be interviewed by the chief engineer and the president of the company there. So I'm sitting in the interview, and I have a resume of about 4 typewritten lines, just briefly. I've been told that don't have big long resumes, they don't want, just briefly state, well, and they'll ask you the questions, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
So they asked me the questions about this and that. Was I capable of doing that? I wasn't a graduate engineer, but I knew how to do all this stuff. You know, everything they needed to do and I could do, because I designed all these pump stations and worked on the equipment that they were going to install in the microwave and the radio and telephone. So they all nodded their heads, said, okay, you're hired. I took a 3-day physical. Every day I had to go down, one day to get my blood test, one day for x-rays, one day for exercise, and improve the heart, cardiovascular, and run with the things on my chest. I passed like a flying color. So they said, well, okay, you're hired. I said, well, I need to go home, tell my wife, what are we leaving? We're going in a group of engineers, civil engineers, electrical and mechanical engineers, that type of people. And I was the electronics guy. So I said, well, we're going in 4 or 5 days or whatever. So I had to send down to the Russian embassy, because Russian was ruling Kazakhstan, and get my certification to go, you know, what they call it, the papers to get into the country. So I said, okay. So we go to the airport, and their papers are waiting at the check-in counter. Lufthansa, German airline, going to fly us over there. And I ain't got no papers. So I called down to the embassy. We shipped them FedEx. And I called FedEx. It went to Tennessee someplace. So I had to get a room at the airport and spend the night. The next morning they said they'd be there. So they all left without me, and I'm there by myself, which no problem. In fact, I wrote a letter to Jerry Dorman and told him where I was going, you know, and called Mom on the telephone, said we were delayed and we're going. So the next morning, I go to, the papers are delivered to the check-in counter at Lufthansa, not to me. But I went down, sure enough, what is that called? It's not a passport. Anyway, the documents, anyway, I figured I had a title for it. So they put me on the plane, and that's when I flew over, and I think I told you about it at the baggage term in Moscow. It was dark. We were so far, at 4 o'clock it was pitch black, because we were far north there in the country. And I heard these guys talking over, I could tell they were from Texas. So I walked over there, and one guy was real tall. His name was John Littlejohn, but he was a real tall guy. He was a oil man, you know, him and his friend, they were in the oil business. And they were scouting oil properties in the Middle East, and they stopped off in Jordan. There was no oil in Jordan, but they were there. So I talked to them, and I said, you know, there's a guy from the oil school to meet me here, but he's not here. I'm not sure how to get back. I told him the name of the hotel is, it was built by the Germans, the Lufthansa Hotel, right across from the big dome where the world athletes trained in, that big dome. And it was called that hotel. He said, yeah, well, I have an office manager here. he can speak Russian. He's an American. He'll get you in a taxi and send you on your way. So I said, okay. So sure enough, guy comes, a taxi comes, and I jump in and talks in Russian, take me to the hotel. And we're driving dark, it's 4 or 5 o'clock, but it's pitch black. And this guy, he's singing Russian. So I'm in the back seat. The guy started, I'm just mocking him, I'm making up words. And he's laughing. And we're driving. I made a friend there again. So we're driving. I said to myself, I hope this guy takes me to the right place because I can't speak Russian. So he takes me to the Penta Hotel. That was the name of it. And somehow I conveyed to him that I didn't have enough money. I had $100 bills. That's all I had. So I don't know why I didn't have any more change. But, we're living on a company dole. We didn't need a lot of money.
Right.
And somehow I conveyed to him that I needed to get extra change. Went into the little center where they sell trinkets for the tourists that come into the hotel. We doing good? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I go in and get change and give him a $20 bill, and he jumped out of that cab and kissed me on both cheeks. $20 bill over is worth $100 in Russian. But he was a good guy, and I wanted to tip him. And I was a heavy tipper because those people were poor. They weren't making any money.
Yeah.
They were living poor. Anyway, I went to the hotel and went to the business center, which is on the 4th floor, and all these guys were sitting around, and their eyes popped open and said, how'd you get here? I said, well, you didn't send anybody. How'd you get here, didn't I? Well, how'd you get here? I said, got a taxi cab. How'd you get a taxi cab? I said, look, I've been around the world, not around the world, but I'd been around. I know how to figure things out, people. And they said, well, I guess you do. They didn't make any excuse why they didn't show up. I don't know, had the wrong time or something anyway.
Yeah.
But so I got a room there, and we started out. The first thing I had to do was get permission to get a satellite, because we're going to have a satellite phone when we were around the country, because there was no communications, international communications. So I went down, the next morning I went down to Sputnik. That was the name of the headquarter building with communication and the satellites and all the communication. It was like, big government building. And I went in there and I called ahead and met this guy. They told me who I was supposed to meet. So I met the guy. He was a nice Russian, could speak perfect. And he said, okay, Mr. Collins, you're with Wilbur's Butler Engineers, and you need a satellite to take to Kazakhstan and Russia and Kazakhstan and different places on this pipeline. He said, well, we can fix you up at a license, but I need to get the director to sign off on the big shot, sign off on this thing. And I remember looking in the hall, there was light bulbs just hanging and little wires on it, wasn't even in sockets, just like construction light bulbs. And all the walls had a little wave in them. This is a government building, and the floor had a little wave in it. Shoddy workmanship. The doors didn't hardly close right. I mean, it's real shoddy workmanship, and I thought these Russians knew better than that. So he said, I'll take you downstairs to the conference room and just wait there for us. So I go down there, and I could see the people walking by. It's below ground. It had a little window there with bars on it, you could see people's feet walking by the window. And when this guy was out, I think I heard a click, like the door locked. I don't know what locked. It clicked anyway. I said, nobody knows I'm here. I'm down in this thing. What? But I didn't get upset. I said, I guess it's going to work out all right. It just kind of made me pause for a minute,
Gotcha.
He was only gone a few minutes. And he come back and he took this guy, and this big guy was all good. They were all dressed up in suits and ties, And I had the sport shirt on, I had a sweater on because it was winter time, and a little jacket, a light jacket on. Not a big heavy jacket. But anyway, I sat there, and the guy asked me some questions and took out this paper and signed it, and that was it. So I went back after I gave him $5,000. Of course, the company knew I had $5,000 to buy the ticket, so I had $5,000 in currency. I didn't count it, I gave it to them. They wanted nothing but currency. They don't want no paper. They want American money. And we flew helicopters. I had to carry like $4,000 or $5,000 in my safe thing around my belt to pay the helicopter guy. When it was my turn, each guy had $5,000 to buy the helicopter for the day. That's what it cost. So anyway, that's down the story. But anyway, I gave him the $5,000. Seems like everything was $5,000. That was always $5,000. So I go back and say, we got the certificate. So we get on a small chartered plane, smaller than, like it was a plane that a big shot in the United States would seat like 10 people. It was that kind of a plane. It was a jet, twin-engine jet, but it wasn't no big international type plane. It had Russian whiting on it, but we got on that plane and flew down to Tengiz, and we landed there at night, and they had some big army trucks out there. We climbed in the back of the army trucks to take us out to the pump station, which is outside, about 60 kilometers outside of where the airport was. And they had rooms for us out there. They had little rooms because people stayed out there. They lived in town, but they spent 30 days or 50 days at a time. Then they went home and another group came in. That were the people that ran the chow hall, the cleaning people and all that. The pumps weren't working because it wasn't completed yet. But they had people, groundskeepers, security people, all that. They had a little nurses station there with a nurse, you know, I don't know, in case whatever, bandage you up anyway. They all went home for the week, and then the other guys came in for a week, so it was, every week there was new people there. That's my understanding how it worked. So we flew in there and got rooms, and we got there about 11 o'clock at night, and they fed us some soup, which was good, and a piece of Russian hard bread, which we were starving, we hadn't eaten. So we got it, and we all assigned 2 guys to a room. No, a room for everybody, but 2 Americans want to stay with each other, and I was the odd man out. I was like number 9. There was 8 guys, so I had a room by myself. And I said, well, if I have a room, I'm going to stay with my Russian interpreter. And they all said, what? I said, well, that person can speak English. He's an interpreter, he, she, whatever. And I'm going to learn about Russian. You do. And they didn't care about it. I was interested in Russian. I got books on Russian before I went, knew about, you know, something about Russia, the government and what was going on over there. And, you know, they weren't interested. When they left there, none of them knew anything about Russia. They just knew about the pump station they were working on, that's it. And I talked to everybody. I got in personal relationship with the chief engineer of the telephone company that rules all of this city, and including the pump station. In fact, I asked the pump station chief engineer that I had to talk to get things done, like I'd ask a technician, who takes care of this equipment? You have to go talk to the chief engineer, we can't tell you. That was, they brought up that, it was secret, you couldn't tell nothing. So I'd walk in the snow, about 6 inches of snow, about 4 or 5 blocks, city blocks, down to the chief, and find, and he says, that's Yuri. So I go back and said, which one of you is Yuri? And it's the guy I asked, who takes care of this stuff? But he couldn't tell me. But once he got the permission, he was real open with me. But they couldn't tell me. That was the way the Russians handled everything secret. In fact, along the line, I wanted to go into where the communication equipment was. And the pump station chief engineer said, that's out of my province. It's the telephone company chief down in the town, Astrakhan, which is right on where it dumps in the Black Sea, dumps into the, not the Black Sea, the Volga River dumps into the Caspian Sea. That's where it is. That's where oil is in the Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea is the biggest inland sea in the world. Big one. They had big boats out there, not little boats. I mean, it's a sea, miles long, deep. Anyway, and down at one of the countries south of there, it borders on Turkey, they are drilling oil in that sea. But up at the top end we weren't drilling any oil. But that's where the pipeline started, from the oil from there. and they were gonna pump the oil to the Black Sea and get on a big tanker and take it to Europe or the United States. And the pipeline was starting to be built, but they ran out of money. So Exxon and Chevron took over the pipeline, and they hired us as an independent engineering company to come and give them an opinion of whether they should keep the equipment, was it viable, the pipes were good, so we had a guy climb, they dug the pipe up and went in the pipes and, you know, and went into the pump stage, electrical, and I look at the communication equipment and the station instrumentation that runs the pump stations. So we all had our purview of what we were supposed to do there, which I enjoyed, so I was by myself, you know. Anyway, we started out at Tengiz down near the Caspian Sea, and I think I told you the story, went in there and the pumps weren't right, but the people were hired, your government, they're getting paid whether anything's going on. But they cleaned up, you know, did minor things around the station there, but they weren't running the pumps because the pipeline wasn't done. But I wanted to know about the instrumentation at this pipeline, I said, because that's what Exxon wanted to know. Is it good enough to keep, or are we junking? And the people were checking the motors and the pumps and the valves, were they good enough, or were we junking? That was what we were there to do. So I talked to this, I found out from my, Yuri was my, Luna was his moon. Luna was my interpreter at the time. I said, find out which of these 6 men, were 6 men in this little control building. There was snow on the ground, it wasn't snowing at the time, but it was cold, you know, 20 degrees or something, wind blowing. Anyway, they said, this is the technician that is the instrument technician. These guys are operators on the station, they don't know all this stuff. So I started talking to this guy through Luna. What does this do? Of course, I'm familiar. It's Russian, but it's still, basically I know what's what, but I want to know from him. And I went around the back to look at the wiring to see if it was decent wiring, took pictures of all this stuff, and which they wanted me to do, the company wanted me to do. And these 5 guys rather, started arguing that no, this guy isn't telling right. They knew better than the tech guys. So I told, every place I went, I told everybody when I did this, it's time out, it's me time to talk. So I went to this station. Luna said, when this man says this, you shut up, it's his turn to talk. So they were arguing, time out. And I said, look, and Luna's interpreting, I'm speaking slow, and he's talking, so I was making work. Look, I am in charge. I am in charge of this pump station as regards this equipment. And this man was assigned to me. I don't want you interrupting. I don't want anything. In fact, you're not doing it. You're just taking up space. That's what I said. You're just taking up space in here. You get out of the building so I don't have to put up with you anymore. And they all looked at me like, I said, out! Real hard. And I pointed, out! Out! And they all got to, and Luna was saying, the man said out. And they went out. And they kind of looked at me, this damn guy. And by the way, I was the only American 50, 60 miles. I was the only guy down at Tengiz. They were all someplace else, you know. But I don't worry about it.
That's a nerve.
Yeah, I mean, they finally come in that afternoon and to do stuff. They were out in the pipeline checking the actual pipe, you know, and other things. And anyway, but we stayed in about 4 or 5 hours going through a lot of equipment. And I asked about, I wanted to see his test equipment, old-fashioned test equipment to test the valves and, you know, the electronics, everything was old. The equipment was old and the test equipment was old. It was pretty old junky. Would you, good guy?
Okay. We're okay.
Okay. Anyway, but I was in the pump station about 4 or 5 hours talking to this guy, and when I went out, when I opened the door, these 5 guys that I kicked out were standing outside and saluted. I found out the Russians like tough people. They think they're tougher than anybody in the world. And you know what I got? When I made back my second tour back there, I bought the rodeo at Dallas, what was that big rodeo place out there?
Oh, The NFR, you mean?
No,
or
no,
what?
no, it's a local thing that's been here for years, outside of that. Anyway,
Mesquite. There's a
yeah,
big
Mesquite Rodeo. I
Okay.
bought where they were sold off, and I bought a DVD. We went to another place on the pipeline that had it off, had a DVD player. So I put that thing in, and I said, "Do you think your Russians are tough? Watch these cowboys get off these bulls and stuff." And boy, they got amazed. They couldn't
never
believe it.
seen that.
Yeah,
Oh my
they couldn't
gosh.
believe it. They said, "Yeah, you Americans are tough." I said, "I want you to know, especially the guys from Texas like me.
Exactly.
Yeah, you Texas, yahoo, cowboy." And I also brought the movie where this American Union soldier goes out there for the Indian tribes and he marries this Indian girl.
I know what you're talking about.
I brought that out.
Kevin Dances with Wolves.
Dancing with Wolves. I brought that, and they couldn't believe. Here comes a car, and I see a headlight. Well, maybe somebody turned around. Dancing with Wolves. They couldn't believe that this army guy was fighting the other of his own army. They couldn't believe that. Russian couldn't do that because he was married to this Indian girl, you know.
Yeah.
They couldn't believe that move. But I left both those DVDs with. I'm sure they wore plap out.
I'm sure.
Yeah, especially that rodeo. They
Exactly.
couldn't believe that. I think that's going to be Kevin.
Okay.
Well, let's see. It may have been somebody turning around. But I've seen some headlights.
Well, we got a bar, so let's go ahead
Okay.
and take a break. for
Okay,
now.
well, I think that's him. Okay, I was working for Sun Oil in Beaumont, and the Sun Oil and the pipeline split to where Sun Pipeline was going to have their own communications group separate from Sun Oil. And so I was a new hire. None of the Sun Oil guys that were there before me wanted to leave Sun Oil. They didn't want to go to Sour Lake. Mark Thompson, one of the old guys that was going to be pipeline, he hated the foreman at Sour Lake called Clay Mullins, who was hard to work with for sure. And so I got to go to Sour Lake, and Mark Thompson went to Snyder, Texas. Boy, hallelujah. Of course, he had a wife and had a camp out there, so he lived in the camp. And had to get their beer from over the line and all that kind of good stuff. So I went over to Sour Lake and got me a garage apartment, Otis Levere's apartment. His daddy worked for the company. And the apartment just had a bed in it, a table, and a kitchen with 2 chairs, and that was it. Everything, it was a big, one big room, and then a little room off to the right side, depending where you're looking, was the kitchen, and another room was the bathroom. So, tub and shower. And so it was, for a single guy, that fit me to a T. Of course, then I started going with Mama. Now, we got it back to talking about me meeting Mama?
We can talk about Stinky Davis's.
Yeah, Stinky
place.
did, yeah. Well, yeah, when Mother and I got married, we needed to get out of that garage apartment, get into a house, so the Gulf Oil Company was disbanding the camps, all the oil companies, because towns were growing near the camps, so people moved to town, the camps were emptying, so they sold all those houses to whoever bid on them. A guy named Stinky Davison, that was what he called him. He called himself Stinky Davison, so that's all I knew him by. He and his wife bought this Gulf Oil Company house, what we call a shotgun house. A shotgun house, you open the door and shoot a gun through it right through the back door.
Oh, yeah.
That's what a shotgun house is. So it just had a bedroom and a living room, but the living room was full of junk. We didn't have no place to pour all our stuff.
Right.
So we just lived in the bedroom, in the kitchen, and a little part of the so-called living room. And we didn't have no furniture. But I went out, got some used furniture in Beaumont, got a couch and a couple chairs, the rudiments to keep us going. Just a couch and a couple chairs. And we lived there about maybe almost not a year. We lived 6 or 8 months in the garage apartment. We moved to Stinky Dave and stayed there 6 or 7 years. Most of the kids were born there in that house, and how we got along there, I don't know, because that living room was full of whatever stuff. In fact, my ham radio was in that living room there.
Oh,
Yeah, so I got up at night if I wanted to go and work the ham. My mom was sleeping, and I just walked in through the bathroom into the other door into there and got on the ham radio, which was good for me. So we lived there, and I worked all over East Texas with wherever the pipeline went, all the way to Longview. We had a telephone line from Needleton, Texas, came through Beaumont, came through Sour Lake, and Sour Lake went all the way to Longview, along the pipelines. And that's the way they built communication. Wherever the pipeline was, they built a telephone line. It was just one pole with two wires, little brackets, and that was it. And of course, it went through the woods, and the trees were breaking the limbs. And Mike Verdi was a telephone lineman at Sour Lake, and he was the one that repaired these breaks because there were numerous problems. People would break them, buildings, trucks would run into the poles and break wires, but mostly trees and wind. Of course, the wind would blow limbs off the trees if the trees didn't fall.
mm-hmm.
So since I was the communication technician, telephone was part of my job. So I just went with Mike when I didn't have any radio work to do. In other words, I was installing mobile radios and base stations there. And so I went from Liberty to Sour Lake to down there to Seabreeze, which is near Galveston, at a base station down there, and the telephone lines. So I rode with Mike Verdi, and he taught me how to climb poles, and so I could help him climb the poles and do things like that. And he was a lovable guy. He was such a sweet guy.
I remember you
He
really
was just sweet.
liked him a lot.
He was a sweet guy.
Yeah.
Everybody liked Mike Verdi, and I sure liked him. He was a great guy, and he's a big Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
And the Italians, Saint Joseph is their patron saint. Saint Joseph Day for Italians is the biggest celebration, bigger than Christmas.
Oh.
And Mike Verdi, I remember he had to go to Beaumont where all his kinfolks lived, and they go up a big eat. Yeah,
Oh.
Marion Dormery knows all about it because he's Italian. They had those things down in Port Arthur.
Okay.
Yeah, wherever they lived, yeah. So, but he was a sweet guy, and we worked all kind of hours. Sometimes we were in a four-wheel Jeep, but sometimes the Jeep broke down, got stuck, and we'd walk in maybe 8 or 9 miles, walk down the pipeline in the dark. I remember coming into Sour Lake, and in those days they flared the gas from the oil wells, so there was always flames and lights, so you could see these flames. We knew we were getting near town. Because the oil wells are right in backyards in Sour Lake. Some backyards had oil well on them, different places in town. And so we walked in a couple of times from situations like that. And they'd have to send a big truck out there with a big winch line and get a Jeep out of the thing.
So, Daddy, you were the president of the Lions Club,
Yeah,
and that's how you got the rodeo started and all that kind of
yeah. I was going.
with the.
I'm going to go there. You don't have to
Okay.
prompt me. Yeah. I got to be living in the town, and I wanted to be part of the town, So I joined the Lions Club. They had the other club there. I forget what it was. It was Lions. I don't know. The Lions Club. Just went to it, joined in that group, and we had, I know, once a year we had what they called a broom and mop sale. The broom and mop sale was nationwide, all the Lions Clubs around the whole country. And we gave all the money we got from the Lions Club camp that was for young girls that needed glasses. In fact, we collected old glasses because they could use the frames. We sent a bucket full of glasses at times to some national place, and they fixed the glasses up so they could use the frames, and then the doctor would get the prescription and he'd get some glasses for kids. So that's where most of the money went. But we had the broom and mop sale right next to the post office, which is the gathering point in that town, which is about 1,000 people. And you met just about everybody at the post office. You stood around there long enough. And so we would talk to the customers, and they'd buy things from us. They knew we were coming every year. We had brooms and mops and that type, dustpans, stuff for cleaning house. And it was built by the blind people, by the way. All that stuff we set was built by blind people, which the Lions Club was big into helping people like that. So I enjoyed that, and I finally got to be president. And to be president is a deal that the old guys, which are older fellas, maybe 15 years older than me, 20 years older than me, they didn't want the job because the president did all the work. I didn't know that. But they voted me in. I said, okay, I'll be the president. It didn't take long to find out if you got a project started, some project, you did the work. Now, prior to me being president, I give the old guys credit. They bought a tract of land. Somehow or another, they had money, and they bought a tract of land called the Lions Club Edition. And that was where all the new homes were going to be built in Sour Lake. The rest of them were old homes. They were refurbished homes, but they were old homes. In that Lions Club Edition, we made lots of money when we sold those lots. And it was a good place to live, right across the highway. So we made money there, and since we had the money, there was a big tin barn downtown, huge metal building. I call it a barn. There was nothing in it. It was wooden rafters and a tin roof, tin sides. It was a big tin barn with a concrete floor. And they used to have country western dances there, stuff like that. So in the Lions Club, we bought that from the city. We donated it back, by the way, later on. We bought it and we refurbished it. We put paneling on the walls, insulated the walls, put air conditioning in the building. And in the back, we blocked off a separate wall and had about, of course, the thing was about 40 feet across and maybe 70, 80 feet long, big building. We blocked it off, and that was where the scout troop had their scout outfit, and I got to be a scoutmaster too in that, from the Lions Club. And then there was an upstairs in the building, and we converted it into whatever it was used for heretofore, we didn't know. It was a library. They didn't have a library in town, so we made a library upstairs. And downstairs was where they sold tickets to events, you know, a little office downstairs. So that was it. And we spent a lot of money in that building, but it really paid off. Everybody liked it. The Boy Scouts used it a lot, Girl Scouts, different women's clubs, and they had country western dances there a lot of times. And we didn't make any money. We just donated the building and was glad that could be done. But it was good for the community. And when the big ribbon cutting, the official opening of it was weeks after people had already used it. I was the president. I was supposed to be there with the mayor and the big hoopla. Well, I had to go out of town to work for the company, so I missed it, but it's all right. But I came back, and I was still president. You know, I'd go for 3 or 4 days. That was when I didn't stay for months like I did later on in my career. They just go for 3 or 4 days someplace and be home. Be home every weekend for sure. And I decided we needed to get something else going. And I met my brother-in-law, Benny, was trading cows and this and that. They had horses at their farm, at their place in Beaumont, a little acreage behind this old house. It was like a city block or something behind the house. But they had some horses. And so I decided, I said, maybe we could have a Lions Club rodeo. So there's some guys in Sun Oil Company, and somebody put me, maybe my brother put me to this guy who worked for Sun Oil. I was in Sun Pipeline now. And told him about we'd like to get a rodeo. And he said, that'd be a good deal. Make a little money, and they'd come over with their power and the local people. And it was a little rodeo type pen outside of town on somebody's property, and we got to the people, and it wasn't built as a rodeo, but we kind of built some stands. We fixed it up a little bit, and of course the chutes, we put all that stuff in, made a real rodeo arena out of it. And they had the 2-story building there with the announcers up there, and I was up there as a president with the microphone, you know, greeting all the people. Now the guys from Beaumont wanted me to ride in on a horse, and I said, well, I could probably ride, but if that horse got jittery, I may make a fool of myself. So I think I'll just stand up here and take my cowboy hat and wave, which I did. But the rodeo was a success, and prior to the rodeo starting, I rented a big, like a bread truck, and put speakers outside of it, and I run around all town. Welcome to the rodeo, Lions Club Rodeo, and down the streets there broadcasting that. I did that.
Do you have a pretty good crowd?
Yeah, oh yeah, it was pretty full up. Yeah, a lot of people from Beaumont came because there were people from Beaumont was in the rodeo, yeah. And the people from Kuntz came because there was Kuntz kids, it was just around town there, not only Sour Lake. But we sponsored, we made a few bucks, but it was just trying to get the community going, and it was a one-time deal, never did repeat it. But I ended up being a Boy Scout master. Mama was a Girl Scout master, so we went on camp outs with the girls and the boys, and just, we knew everybody in town. We loved that little town. It grew after a while to about, when we left there in 1970, it was about 1,000 people in there now. But when the kids were little, everybody was little people. There was no old people and little kids. Anyway, and I remember after I got married to Mama, married Mama, she was still working at Bill Thames drugstore, where I met her, but they moved Bill Thames, not moved, but they had another store they built in the north end of Longview, which was closer to Sour Lake. So she was a cosmetician, she worked there, and she drove the back road. There was a gravel type road, and some part was paved and some part wasn't, to go by China, and you go to the back end of Beaumont, be saved going through all downtown, all that rat place and all that stuff. So Mama would drive the 48 Plymouth, that was my Plymouth that I had from Laredo, Texas, where I bought it down there and fixed it up. And she bent the fenders a couple times, but didn't bother me. But at night, I was afraid of her driving that road by herself, so I'd have to hunch it up at night. Every night she'd close the store at 10 o'clock, and I'd have to go in there. I got there about 9:15 and waited for her to get out, and we'd tailgate. I would tailgate her over to Sour Lake in case she broke down. I was right there with her, We did that for quite a few months. And of course, she ended up getting pregnant. When she got real pregnant, she couldn't do it anymore, so she got to quit her job and came home. And the pregnancy ended up with a little baby girl. I think her name was Jamie Paulette Collins. They named it after me, James Paul, so it was Jamie Paulette Collins, a little baby girl. And I remember being new parents. I remember one night, I'll never forget this, Jamie kept crying in the bed, little baby. Not little, not that big. Because she could hold on to my shoulders if I picked her up. And we didn't know what was going on, so I finally went in. Mother was tired, and I went in and I picked her up. And when I picked her up, she started crying, stopped crying. So I walked around, but the minute we laid her down, she'd cry. And I said, she's spoiled. She had an earache, we didn't know it. We took her to the doctor the next day. He said, no, she's got an earache, and the pressure's on her ear when you lay her down. So that was a new parents, we didn't know that,
Right.
Now, if we lived in Beaumont, Miss Hotpile might have told us that, but we didn't want to call her. We figured we're growing up, we'll handle all these situations.
Yeah.
But that was a big thing, and we learned, and we started having bam kids one after another. Yeah. Mark came along, and Kevin, Donna, Colleen, had 5 kids. Yeah, good happy family. And I loved my job, worked all kind of hours, but Mama got used to it. But at one time, working for Sun Pipeline, they decided they'd put a big base station there at Sour Lake, and they went down on the riverbanks of Beaumont. There was a tower for KRIC, which I worked for before I went to Sun Pipeline. I didn't work there, I worked up on a building where the FM transmitter was, but they bought that tower, disassembled it, and bought it and put it up and put a radio antenna on it. I had to climb up there and put their antenna on. Of course, all the big shots came out of Beaumont. This was the first tower any place. So they wanted to view it. And I'm up there, and even though it was a self-supporting tower, the ground wasn't good, so we had to put guy wires on it plus. So it was 4 legs, not one tower like Skinny. It's 4 legs, but it was unstable. So I'm up there hooking up the antenna, and all the big shots are out there. And this tower man, who's a goofball tower man, he decides to. No, the tower guys on the bottom start tensioning the guys, pulling the tower, and I'm up there on the top. That top's weaving about 2 or 3 feet, you know. I said, hey, stop that until I get done with this antenna. Well, they didn't listen to me. And all the shots were laughing down at you. Oh, Collins, hang on up there, you know. I'm saying, yeah, you say hang on. And this guy that came up there to finally tie the stuff off, not for me, and he just by hand in hand went down the guy wires, skidded down the guy wires on his hands and legs, just showing off, you know. I climbed back down, you know. But that was just a VHF radio. And then we finally got into the microwave business, which we needed to replace the telephone lines. So we built dishes on that tower. 4-foot dishes, 2 4-foot dishes, and we're going to build a 100-foot tower at Saratoga, next town over where the pump station was and the oil fields were, and put a tower up there with 4-foot dishes on it too. Well, Stu Phillips was an engineer in an oil company, and we didn't have any electrical engineers at that time for the pipeline. So we used those. We turned Charlie Burgess as an engineer. He was involved in some things, and then Stu Phillips was a new hire from Texas Tech, just graduated out, and he came over we were to observe the construction of this 100-foot tower, and it was guide. You had guide, three sets of guys, 1,200-pound tension, and come to find out that the regular tower crew, they went with this tower company, which is a new company. The company had never used these people before. Our regular company, Trills Brothers, out of Houston, was locked chock-a-block. They couldn't make it for months to come build that tower. So these guys bid on it, and they got, because they're the only place else. But their regular tower crew, we found out, was in New Mexico on a deal, and they had to build our tower within so many days or lose their earnest money, which was thousands of dollars. So we didn't know this, but out comes the president of the company and the vice president of the company, and an old guy that just painted towers on the ground, on the floor of the shop building in Houston. He'd never been a tower man. So they started building this tower, and Stu and I are observers. We're not supposed to say just observe unless something bad goes wrong, do something. So we're observing, and they were dropping their tools and dropping nuts and bolts, and we went up that afternoon about noon to eat lunch at the only cafe in Saratoga, a little rink in a hole in the wall. And the tower man, the 2 guys were over another table, they couldn't hear us when we were talking. And I told Stu, I said, you know, Stu, the way they're going, somebody's liable to get killed here. They don't know what they're doing. They're doing it, but it's dangerous. I was down near the base of the tower. Stu was way over yonder, about 150 feet away on a tank, on a hill there, firewall hill, taking pictures as the thing's going up. He was a camera guy.
Yeah.
He had developing at his house. He could develop films there. He had these big German cameras. He was a camera buff. He knew cameras, so he was taking pictures of the construction. So they're tooling along, and they finally get up to where the last 10 foot of the tower goes. They put it up, and then up comes another 10-foot section with the 2-foot diameter dishes, 2 of them, mounted on a separate big frame, real heavy, because you couldn't have that microwave shake or it wouldn't broadcast right. So it had to be tough. And so it had all these double guides there. And I told the guy on the ground, who turned out to be the vice president, I said, look, they had a rope to haul this stuff up on, and I don't know if you know tower, because they have what they call a gin pole. Now, 10-foot section, they would have a steel, solid, like a big solid steel, maybe not solid, a real heavy steel that clamped to the tower and had a pulley at the top with a rope. And that's how they brought the sections up. Jeez, talking with my hands. Anyway, and I told this guy, I said, look, I'm afraid you may damage those dishes on the way up. It takes a while to get these dishes, you know, you just can't order them and get them next month. I mean, it may be a couple of months. We don't want you to bang them. And once you take all that stuff off, just bring this naked 10-foot section, put it up, and then pull these up in sections. You put this section up, take 3 lifts to get all this stuff up. Oh no, that'd take too much time. We want to do this in one time. I said, that's a lot of heavy stuff. I said, we can handle it. Well, lo and behold, the guy at the top, the president of the company, didn't have the gin pole up high enough. The pulley, when they got it up, they couldn't swing in it. It took about this much lift up to go in the tower. It had to go up and sit in. Well, how can you lift that across? So he calls down, and this guy that was just painting towers on the ground, never been, this older guy, said, send him up, we'll pick this thing up. I said, you can't pick that weight up. Lower it down, reorientate your gin pole, and we'll start again. Oh no, we can handle it. I said, oh, this is bad news here. So sure enough, the way they bit this, they had a big, what they call a cat head on the back wheel of the truck. They jacked the back of this pickup truck up, took the wheel off, and bolted this thing on. So it was just like a winch. They put the rope around it, and it would turn, it would pick things up and lift things down. Well, they're arguing, we can lift it up. And I'm saying, take it down, take it down. I'm not supposed to say that, I'm an observer, but I said, come on, take it down. No, we got to get this thing done. And so they're arguing, and all the while this cat head's turning. The thing's in neutral, but it's driving real slow. It's just, you know, and this rope is like 1/2 inch thick rope, big thick rope. Well, it burned that rope in two. After a while, it got hot, and nobody was looking at that thing. They were all looking up, me included. We're looking up, and we didn't know this thing was burning, and we could smell it burning. So they said, get a bucket of water and cool this thing. I said, take it down and start over again. Oh no, just cool it off. So I went and got a bucket of water from the pump station house, a couple buckets, and poured it on to cool the cat head off, but it was steaming. Well, after a while, it burned through that rope, and down comes the 10-foot section with the 4-foot dishes, and on the way down they cut the guy wires on the back side of the tower. So you had 2 other guy wires 90 degrees apart pulling. So the one that's going to pull the most, it's going to go at 1,200 pound tension. It's going to go. So it pulled away from me to the other side of the tank farm there. And the president was on top, and this guy was halfway up the tower climbing, and the tower went down, and Stu took a picture of this guy on top of the tower as the tower was falling. He stood right there and clicked. He had presence of mind, he was clicking that camera. Took a number of pictures of it. And I remember the guy on the top, about 10 foot of the ground, he jumped. Well, he was going 100 miles an hour, you know. He just hit the ground, boom, and he was a big guy. I ran to him. He had blood coming out of his eyes, his ears, his nose. He groaned a couple of times, and that was it. And the other guy fell around underneath the tower, and the tower landed and crushed him. It was such a stupid thing to happen. And the reason the president and the vice president and this tower, the other guy, the landman, the ground man was there, is they had bid on a tower in New Mexico, and the regular tower crew was there. But if this company didn't build the tower within a certain day, they lose $1,000 earnest money. And they didn't want to do it, so oh, we'll build it. And that's what happened, killed them immediately. Yes. And of course, out comes, we called the Clay Mullins, the the guy over in Sour Lake, he called Beaumont. Out come Charlie Burgess came out, Chuck Wilder, the head guy, all these big shots, and got there to look, and of course the police came out, the ambulance come out to pick up the bodies, you know, the morgue, and all that stuff went on, and I'm standing there, and I remember they told me to keep people out, sightseers were coming out there looking, and guard the gate. Well, one time this deputy sheriff, big old fat guy with a big beard belly, come up. He let me in here, boy, I'm a sheriff deputy. He just wanted to look, he had nothing to do. I had to let him in, it kind of frosted me, piece of shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I went home, and I hadn't been married to Mama too long. I don't know, 4 or 5 months maybe. I don't know. Anyway, maybe 3 or 4 months. Anyway, I came home, and she said I was white as a ghost. And she said, what happened? It was Saturday. And again, I wasn't getting paid. It was my tower that I was going to work on. I wanted to be there and see it went up right, you know. Clay Mullins didn't even know I was there. You know, they had to pay me, by the way. It frosted them, they had to pay me for that day, even though he didn't authorize it. The company said, pay the man, he was there. It got it. Hated to turn loose of that money, you know. Anyway, the next day we had to go to Beaumont to the insurance people and all the big shots of the company and to give our deposition, me and Stu. But that day I went home and Mama said, what happened? You look awful. I said, I had a real bad day today, baby. I'm so tired. I'm just going to eat something. I'm going to bed. And I went to bed like 6 or 7 o'clock. I was, the nervousness, the tension.
Oh, yeah.
And the seeing that thing before your eyes. Well, the next morning it was headlines in the Beaumont Enterprise on the radio and TV and all that stuff. And they didn't have TV then, but they had radio, FM and AM radio. So Hoffmama called Rain up that morning. It says that your husband was at the Saratoga Tower and the men got killed. And she said, he didn't tell me anything about it. So, of course, the news was out, so I had to tell her what happened.
Yeah.
And I was surely distressed.
Oh, no.
So that Sunday, I was a wreck. That was Saturday. I was a wreck all Sunday. I went to church, but Mother and I went to church, and none of the people there knew about it yet because they hadn't read the Sunday papers, and I was frightened. Nobody came up and asked me about it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the next work day, Monday, I was at the company. All the guys asked me about it, you know, I worked there. But anyway, so we went and gave a deposition, and Charlie and all that, and surveyed this, and they found out the guy wire wasn't the proper guy wire, stuff like that. That didn't have to do. When that thing came down, it's going to cut the best wire in the world.
Yeah.
That was hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, 400 or 500 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
How were those guys going to pick that up? It was ridiculous. But that's how accidents happen.
Mm-hmm.
Stupidity. But it played on me for a long, long time. And even while I still had to climb towers to put antennas on, other towers. And of course, they built that tower. The next week, Trish come over, paid them an extra bunch of money to come over to get that tower up, so we get the microwave installed.
Bet you never told Mother when you had to climb a tower.
No, I never did tell her, but anyway, no, I didn't tell her those things. Anyway, when I got the tower, I had to climb up there and connect the antennas to the coax. The coax ran up, which I installed. I climbed the tower and installed the coax going up there. Big black coax pipes like that, cable. And I looked off the top of the tower, and over there was the blood where that guy crashed, and the tower marking in the ground. I came off that tower and called Clay Mullins, says, you get the gang over here with the truck with some rakes and hoses and clean that up. I can't get on this tower and look over and see that man's blood and the tower in print on the ground. So I shut it down for that day, and they sent the truck over there and cleaned it all up. And the next day I went back. Randy Randolph, finally knew, he was a truck driver. He said, yeah, we cleaned it up. And that's what he asked me about what happened. Well, they all asked me, you know. And next day I went over and hooked it all up and tuned the microwave. That picture in there was me tuning it up, and Stu took the picture of me. Yeah,
okay.
that was the microwave at Saratoga. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
960 megahertz. That was a low band microwave system. We finally put in high band 2,000 gigahertz and 6,000 gigahertz, real high frequency, different antennas. Anyway, the whole thing worked great. It worked great. Did what they wanted to do. But I still was climbing towers and putting antennas up, but I never did tell Mom. You know.
Yeah.
But the towers were already built, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so. From then on, I got a promotion, and I was a chief technician, and I had to get technicians to train. So I got Glenn Radley there, Gene Johansson came from East. I went around to all the districts and gave a test, a logic test, not about electronic, logical thinking. What would you do? I just came up with some homemade answers. I'll read it after a while. It's kind of juvenile, but it's what I did. But the idea of just saying you had to take a test if you wanted to get out of the pipeline gang, which is digging ditches. They wanted to get out bad. To be a technician, you had to pass it. Just the theory of test, a lot of them quit. They said, I don't want to take a test. They didn't want to go to be a technician. They didn't want to take a test. And the test, Bill Fowler passed the test. Gene Johansson passed the test. And who else? Glenn Radley passed the test. So we had 3 technicians, so I had to train them there at Sour Lake. So I set up a blackboard and had a table with a voltmeter, some batteries, some audio oscillator, different instruments to tell these guys, to explain on a chalk blackboard what resistors looked like, what they did, what capacitor did, what transformers did, the basics of electronics. And at the time, they were studying to get their FCC license. They had study guides. So they were down there most of the night. Every night, they told me. I came down there a couple of nights. I knew about them. They would come down there like 3 nights a week as a group and study. And that's a good way to study. Bounce stuff off each other. That's the way we learn in college at the dormitories. Bounce stuff off each other. And they ended up getting their license, their FCC, a second class. I had the first class license because broadcast you had to be first class. You didn't need first class to work on two-way radios and that type of things, which was fine. They all passed the lesson. So I called it Sour Lake, University of Sour Lake is what I called it. I was a professor. Yeah. I trained them, and then at times, if I had a radio call, I would take one of them with me and the other guys studied. Their study guide in the shop building where the blackboard was. They stayed there, and this guy would go with me, and I'd show him putting this radio in. He helped me put a radio in and hook a base station up. That learn on the job, while they were still studying. So each time I get called away, periodically, I'd take a different guy, rotate around, so everybody got pretty much the same acknowledged experience. So now, Mark Thompson came from St. All later on, before I got there. He didn't want to go to Sour Lake because he didn't like Clay Mullins, the foreman, and I didn't like him either, but I wasn't going to move to Snyder, Texas, so he moved to Snyder and lived in an oil field camp out in that dusty plains. God bless him. Anyway, I stayed at Sour Lake and near Beaumont, where I ended up finding my bride, so I didn't want to go to Snyder, it would be out there in the boondocks.
Right.
And there's no Catholic church at Snyder. I didn't want to go there at all. Anyway, so I trained these guys, and then we came up with some other guys. Johnny Allen was in the second group, and there was somebody else in the second group. We finally got 5 technicians trained over there at Sour Lake, and then they spread out. Some went to here and there, some went to East Texas, some went to Sour Lake, some stayed in Sour Lake, some went to Liberty, different places where they had enough radio to have their own technician. So I was the head technician in the office, and I would go around to these different places with them. And then they started sending me out to Snyder, Texas, to help install equipment out there. And it was, oil field was a boom. You had to stand in line to get your food because there was so many people. There was only so many restaurants in that small town, and there was like 1,000 oil field workers out there drilling on the drilling rigs, and oil truck drivers and Halliburton cement trucks. There's only so many places you had to stand in line to get food. And stayed in the motels. They were just concrete floors and no radio, no television, of course. They had no telephone. Some of them did have a telephone. They had this little heater in the wall. Of course, it was in the wintertime, freeze yourself to death. But anyway, I think I told you the story. We put the radios in the thing. I'm doubling up on that story. Yeah.
Possibly, but that's fine.
Well, let me talk about building that pump station, not in Snyder, but some town east of Snyder. We were all out there, and the crew stayed in a hotel, and I was a runner in those days. I ran down the access road of the highways or on the highway at 4:35 o'clock in the morning. There was no traffic. I could run in the middle, not in the middle, but on the side of the road. And I'm running in the winter there with big, heavy black, like a black heavy coat, and scarf, and a heavy black knit hat. My ears, it was in the 20s, freezing death. I'm running down the highway, and there's a police car going the same way I'm going. He goes way down there and turns around and comes back and parks on the other side of the road and gets out of his car and waves me over. Okay, I'll go over. I go over and sit in the car, and he gets on the radio and he says, "I think we may have caught him." And I don't know what he's talking about, see. And I said, "You caught who? What's this about, sir?" "I'm an engineer working for a pipeline company. I'm from Longview, Texas. What's happening here?" "Well, we got a guy that is dressed in black, and he robs houses or garages at night and runs away. And you're dressed in black and you're running. I thought you were the running bandit." So when I went to the office that morning, the girls in the office there, I told them that tale. So I told them I was famous, the running bandit. It spread all over Snyder, all the way, all the company pipeline out in West Texas about Jim Collins was the running bandit. Yeah.
That's funny. Who did you win dollar from, Daddy?
Okay, in Sour Lake, they had a American Legion. They had American Legion there, and they had a drawing for a pony, $1 a chance. So we took $1. Of course, I had that 16.5 acres then, a little barn, and rent house. So if I won a horse, I had a place to keep it. And sure enough, we won the horse for $1. So we called it $1. We didn't have no saddle, no bridle, no reins, no nothing. So we brought it out to the farm, and I said it was a mixed donkey and a mixed horse. And these were known to be mean, could be mean. So I said, I'm not letting any of my kids on this pony until I get on and be sure it settles down. So I'm at the farm by myself one weekend, and this thing throws me off big time. I mean, I barely get on the thing, and he pitches up. I'm on the ground. I said, okay, I get up, but again, he pitches me off, so on the ground. So I go into the old barn and get a 2x4 about 10 inches long, and come out there and grab him by the hair and knocked him between the eyes. Not hard, I want to break his skin, but bam! And he went like that, shook his head. And I said, you like that? Bam! Again. And I said, you better not, I'm talking in his ear like he knows. I said, if you not throw me, I'll hit you again. So I got on him. And from then on, he settled down. I rode him all over the farm, bareback. So Colleen fell in love with him. She got the pony. It was her pony. And she brought it to the house. And we had a field across the house. And we would keep it in the field sometimes. Just have a little stake in the ground, tie him over. He'd stand out there, and we'd bring him some hay from the farm and feed from the store, And she'd ride all over town. She went to the post office, got her mail, went to the little store next to the post office and got some a loaf of bread or some milk, some little thing that Mama forgot, a can of beans or something. But everybody in Sour Lake knew Colleen Collins rode off. She'd stop and visit, and people wanted to pet the girls, come out, little kids wanted to pet the pony. She was the life of Sour Lake, yeah. She was something else.
Oh,
we enjoyed Sour Lake. All the kids grew up. And I started working down in Corpus Christi, and we had a new engineer named John McKee, who just graduated from Lamar Tech. He's an electrical engineer. He didn't know nothing about communications. And they said, we want to break him in and see if we can make a communication guy out of this guy. So we had a job down in South Texas, so I took him. And we had station wagons at that time. And we were taking the telephone lines down and putting radios, microwave radios to take the place. They had a bunch of these cross arms, which are like 3 by 3 square, about 8 inches long, that stood on the pole, put all the wires on. And I asked the pipeline foreman, what are you going to do? He said, we're going to destroy them. I said, I want to take them home. I want to build something for my kids. So we loaded them up in that station wagon. They stuck from the back all the way to the window. And John McKeever sat behind me. So we had these big logs right up against our shoulders. I'm driving the car, and I'm thinking, we don't have a wreck. John McKenna was groaning and moaning all the way back. I can't believe you're doing this. I said, well, you go with me, you got to do what I do. So I made a number of trips, not with him, but made enough. I got enough to build that little playhouse in the backyard. It never was completed, but everybody, all the kids enjoyed it. And the bottom, we had a sand pit so they could play, and we had a ladder and just a floor. There was no walls around the top, no roof on it.
We were fine with it. We loved it.
Yeah, everybody played store, beauty shop up there. The other kids played in the sand below there. Yeah, it was an ugly looking structure, but it was used. But I got to where I couldn't go down, or I didn't have any more to give away, or whatever it was. I never did, and I got promoted, and I got busy. I couldn't finish it. Didn't have time. I was working out of weekends and out of town. We stayed gone for 2 weeks at a time, stuff like that. Yeah. Speaking of staying out of town, when I was starting dating Mother, I'll back up. When I was with the oil company there, all these technicians came from Bell Telephones. The boss did. He was a supervisor, Lowell McDaniel, and he brought some of their people over. And they knew all these codes and all this telephone lingo. I knew radios, but I didn't know telephone lingo. So I figured I got to learn this stuff. I'm going to get behind the 8-ball. So there was a telephony magazine. Came to Lowell McDaniel. He never read it. He pitched it off. Oil and Gas Journal came to every district. They pitched. I read all about oil pipelines, about drilling oil. I wanted to learn about oil, and I wanted to learn about telephone. And then there was a guy that wrote a monthly column in there. I don't remember his name, but I wrote him a letter, and I said, I'm a young man with an oil company, and I need to find out about telephones and telephone equipment. And he wrote me back, and I said, I'm willing to take a week's vacation and go someplace within distance and work with a telephone company free to find out about telephones and about the wiring codes. I mentioned that. So he got a small telephone in Sherman, Texas. Sherman was a real small town. They had a little college there. And I remember we went to the college and wired up phones. So I learned the wiring codes from this guy and how to install telephones and wires and switchboards. I learned all that stuff working for the telephone company for a week for no pay, naturally. And the guy congratulated. I did a good job. And they wrote about me in a magazine. I never kept the magazine. I don't know what happened to it. Brief article, you know. Mm-hmm. But I came back and we went out and jobbed, and Lowell McDaniel, he was surprised when I started. He said, well, Collins, he never did call you first. Collins, you don't know about it. I said, I think I do. I was taking a telephone correspondence course also. He didn't know about that. I think I can handle it. I've studied up, and I just said study. I didn't tell him I was out in Sherman, Texas on my vacation. But I wrote Mother a love letter from there. I know that, but I don't know where that happened. I don't know what happened to the thing. I was going with her, kind of a love letter, you know, a nice letter anyway. Anyway, so he found out I could do all this stuff. He didn't know exactly where I learned it because I never told anybody anything. So I was in with the crew then. Mm-hmm. And that's when I was transferred to Sour Lake shortly as I broke the company up. But I knew that and trained all the technicians. I worked with the color codes and all that stuff that I knew. And all that stuff that I knew they couldn't learn from a book, maybe a series of books. So I was teaching them all that kind of stuff. And like I said, I'd take a technician. If I had a radio call, somebody's radio didn't work and somebody would get in the car, and I'd take one of the guys with me. The other guys would study the book. And we had a blackboard and a little set to show how transistors work, tubes work, and coils work, transformers work. You know, I showed them all. I had a little breadboard stuff, showed them what they looked like and what function they did, so they understood how the radios work, you know. And they would help me install radios. They started helping me install radios, which was the grunt work to do it. Install base stations. They would go with me to install base stations. And a number of them were scared to climb the towers. They were 100-foot towers. They weren't big, long towers. And of course, I'd climb and put the antenna on it. But a couple of them, in fact, Gene Johansson, Glenn Radley told me years later that we had these 260-foot steel towers that were like 3 foot across, 3 foot wide, and the ladder was inside. Well, you were safe. You couldn't, you fall down. You can't. And Gene Johansson and Glenn Radley went over to Liberty to replace the big bulb on the top, that blinking red bulb, and there's 2 bulbs actually up there, and both of them were burned out. And these bulbs are big like that. It was hard. You had to get a string and a rope and a piece of wire and tie them on your belt, you know, so you climb. You didn't want to bang against the tower, you break them. Gene Johansson got about 30 foot off the ground and froze. He just clung. He couldn't go anymore. He's scared to death. So Glenn Radley had to climb down. He was about 50 feet up, and he was Gene Johansson was hardly off the ground.
Wow.
He froze. We didn't know that. He was in the Air Force. He was a sergeant in the Air Force, and he was big shots in the Air Force. You know, I thought, well, geez, this is a tower inside. Man, if you start slipping, you grab something because the tower's all around you. You're enclosed in a cage. But anyway, that's another thing we learned.
Okay, Daddy, thank you.
Is that it? Okay, when we moved from Sour Lake to Longview in 1970, I was up there before the family moved up there. I was up there trying to find a house. The company gave me 2 weeks to find a house, and I couldn't find a house, but I found this 60 acres of land outside of Longview, and I went ahead and bought the land for, I don't know, $5,000. It was 60 acres, but this guy was retired and just wanted some money. And so I came home, and Mama said, well, did you find us a house? I said, no, but I bought some land. And boy, she got upset with me a little bit, you know. I said, well, I wanted you to come back. I wanted you to find a house. I didn't want to find a house by myself. I want you to concur that this is the house we want to buy. So then I came back up to Longview with just Mama, and the kids stayed with Hop Mama or different kin folks there. But just me and Mama went up there, and we found this house that was a parade of homes. It was all gas air conditioner, gas lights, not gas, outside gas lights, you know, a lot of gas. It was a beautiful home, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and a big den, and you know, and it had, you know, 2.5 bathrooms, nice yard. It was fine. So we bought the house, and we had to wait for the parade of homes to have the open house, and right after that we signed the papers, and that was our house. So we went back to Sour Lake and picked up all the kiddos, and they didn't want to leave Sour Lake. They loved it. I didn't want to leave Sour Lake, but the job was, got a promotion, I got to move. There was no more job for me there, so they had somebody else take my place. So we moved, and I remember we drove up there, all of us, and went to car, had a station wagon with the company, and I forget how we drove the other car up there. We probably went back at a later date, but I remember it was all in that station wagon, went up there, and we stopped in Gladewater and went to a place to eat. It was a chain sandwich shop. I can't remember what it was.
Dairy Queen.
Dairy Queen, yeah. And that was the first Dairy Queen the kids ever seen. They was all excited about it. Of course, they went out to the house. They was running around enjoying that new house. And it took a week or 2 to get all the furniture moved up there, you know, to get settled in. And then we put the house on the market. The company just bought our house instead of me having to go through the market. You know, I wanted to get the whole thing done. So they gave us had 2 real estate people check the house and said, this is what the house is, and we just took the money from the company, which got rid of that, and then helped not pay for the whole house, but at least get a down payment, get us moved, and, you know, stuff like that. So we did good and settled in the Longview office, which was a building that was built, the office building for Mid-Valley Pipeline, which was a part of Sun Pipeline. I had an office there, and then it wasn't too far from the house to the office. I mean, 4 or 5 miles down through town. But we acclimated there pretty good to Longview. Of course, it was in the summer, so school wasn't started yet. And then we finally put everybody in school, and we settled in and kind of enjoyed Longview. But then I had this job being promoted. I was over all the technicians that was out in West Texas, Southwest Texas, East Texas. So I had to go around to help them do jobs, because most of them are new guys. I mean, they had some training, but they were still young, so to speak, on the job anyway. And so I traveled a lot then, and nothing we could do about it. I was gone. I used to come home every weekend, though, that's for sure. I got home every weekend. So I enjoyed the job, and Mama enjoyed Longview, made some friends, neighborhood friends, and this and that. And I remember a neighbor right next to us had a big color TV, and we had a black and white TV. And Mark was embarrassed to have this kid over and see a black and white TV, so we hid the TV, and he said our TV was broke, it was in the shop getting repaired. He was too embarrassed to say we had a little black and white TV. And color TV was new, it was very, very expensive, very expensive. So anyway, and we had an antenna, a TV antenna. There was no cables in those days in those towns, and there was a station in Tyler, which is just 30 miles away, so it had good reception. It was an NBC or big channel, and there was one in some other towns. We got a couple TV channels that way. We enjoyed it. And then we got a dog for Colleen, and she took it to a dog show and won first prize or some kind of a dog show. She was happy with that. So we had 2 dogs. Ended up with a Doberman and the other mixed breed dog. But she had the mixed breed dog at the show in Dallas. I remember I took her over there. She was happy. In fact, driving back, we stopped at a Dairy Queen halfway home and got some ice cream, and we got ice cream cone for the dog, and the dog was in the back seat licking the ice cream. He loved that ice cream, so that was good. Colleen was the animal person. You remember in Sour Lake, she had her pony and everything, and we had a cat or a dog down there, just not special kinds. But anyway, we acclimated pretty good there in Longview, and of course had a lot of friends with the company, Bo and Shirley Sanders and that type of people that was in the office with me, and he was the chief engineer and I was just an engineer. So anyway, we enjoyed Longview, lived there till 20-some years, I reckon, till Mother got ill, seriously ill, and we had to move down here. I needed help from the children. I was up there sleeping on a cot in the hospital day and night with her, being by myself, and so I said, we need some help. So we moved down here to the Austin area, and settled in a little town, a smaller town of Cedar Park, Texas, and bought the first house we ran into. Was on the cul-de-sac, because in Longview, we were at the edge of the city limit, and when we moved there was nothing but big woods all around us. Well, some real estate people bought a whole bunch of acres, like hundreds of acres down south of us, or east of us already, and cleared it all off and put 400 homes down there. And of course that opened that road, and we had a traffic going by, and these young kids was going speeding down the highway, and I was afraid of the kids getting hurt, so we didn't like that. So when we moved here, we bought on the cul-de-sac where there's no through traffic, just the people that live here basically, other than the UPS driver, the garbage people. Other than that, it's real quiet and safe. And so and then we got Mother into the people in Longview told us, well, at your age, you're going to have trouble finding a doctor. I walked in, Dr. King's Cameron King's office. He was just starting up, him and another doctor. I say they had only been in business a couple of years, and they welcomed new customers, so we got in right away. Even though we weren't real old, but we were old, and mother had health problems, so we got in with him, and still have Cameron King as a family doctor, my doctor.
Yeah, y'all really lucked out with doctors. I know that was a main concern.
Yeah.
Moving here.
And we found other doctors, special doctors. Dr. King put us on these other doctors for mother's health, a lung doctor, heart doctors, all that stuff. So it worked out real good.
I'm sure it was difficult for you to leave your cattle and whatnot.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, I got to back up after I get talking about mother's health problems, but it's on. There we go, okay. Well, we bought 60 acres there before we bought the house. It would upset Mom a little bit, but we got a good house. And so I had the farm, and it had a whole bunch of oil wells on it. I didn't get the oil right, so I just got the farm. I wanted to put some cattle out there. That's what I wanted to do. But the fences were all in disrepair, so the first thing to do before you get some cattle, you got to go fix fences. And then I also, over a course of a couple of years, I cross-fenced it so I could move the cattle from one pasture to another so they wouldn't eat down. And the droppings from the cows, the manure, fertilized the pasture, so I had 4 or 5 pastures. Took a lot of fencing, took years to build all the fences, and then I finally started getting some cattle. Uncle Benny came up and bought me some cows at the cattle auction in Tyler, I reckon it was, and brought some over, and I must say they were raunchy looking cows, just horrible. Some with horns on, and they're all different kind of mixed breeds. I was very put out with that. So, but anyway, I was new to the business, and the reason I got in, I learned about cattle when I was working down in Corpus through the years. There was a bookstore at what they call 5 Points, where 5 streets came together. There was a famous bookstore, and I went down and bought books on cattle, the breeds of cattle, and how to raise them and sell them, and the whole 9 yards of veterinary books. And I started, when I was out of town particularly, I sat up at night reading those books. Just go eat supper and come back and sitting in a room there reading cattle books. So I found out that the cows I wanted were Brangus cows, which were 5/8 Brahma and 3/8 Angus. They're black cows, no horns. They produced small calves, but they grew out real quick, so that's what I wanted to get. So I finally found a breeder of purebred Brangus cattle in the Longview area and got with him. I sold the few cows that Uncle Benny got me, took them to the auction and got rid of them. I mean, I only had 4 or 5. And I started out with 4 Brangus, and what we would do, we'd bring, I got, let's see, it's 5. I brought 4 heifers and 1 bull. And they're purebred, but I didn't get the papers. I didn't want that. But they were beautiful animals. So I took them to the vet, and I made a deal with the man. We took them to a local vet there in Longview on the loop, and found out about him. And what he did, he gave a physical exam to them to be sure they were good, not diseased, or palpitated them to see if they were pregnant. And while we were in there, we put my brand on it, which was a smashed O. It was an O smashed, and it came from a famous rancher in the Beaumont area. He had that brand, Smashed O. In fact, there was a street, Smashed O Street in Beaumont, named it. These were famous people. And of course, each brand is registered in the county. So in the county, in Gregg County where I live, there was no mashed O, so I could use that mashed O for Gregg County. I had to go down and sign it and put it in. I had a cattle book there you had to sign and all this stuff. So I got registered as the mashed O brand and had a branding iron made, of course. So we branded the cattle in the vet's place, in the vet store. and he would put a big plastic glove on and go up the rear end of the cow and go down and feel the uterus to see if the cattle were pregnant or not. And I said, you know, I read about that. I'd like to do one myself after you do it. And none of them were pregnant. The heifers, they were still young heifers. And so he showed me how to do it. So I went in there and did it. I wanted to do everything about the cattle business. So we did that, and then we checked the sperm of the bull. He was in good shape. He could breed. Checked that too. And the deal I made, if none of the cows passed inspection, this guy would take them back, give me another one. But they all passed. So I turned them loose, and when you turn cattle loose, they just run the fences. They just run out there and find out where they are. And I had basic fences rebuilt before I got them. I didn't have all the fences where I wanted them, but at least there was enough for the 4 heifers and the bull, enough room for them. And from then on, it was fence work. From then on, just building fences. Build a corral, a hay shed to put the square bales in before we started into the round bale business. And I enjoyed it. I'd go out there every evening after work, and sometimes got up early in the morning before I went to work, especially the weekends I was out there. And there was an old gentleman that had some land across the road. I hired him to help me build the fences, old Gus, whatever his name was, old fella. And he helped me build the fences. And enjoyed it, and then the cows became pregnant, and we started having calves, and the calves came out like little puppy dog, real small, which meant you didn't have any problem of the calves, of the animals calving. They came out just little tiny like puppy dogs, and they grew real fast. And one of them, of course, they came out black, but one of them came out kind of a dark gray, which was part of the Brahma breed. But within 2 months, she turned, it was a heifer, she turned pure black. And I got a picture of her, I took pictures of the cattle. So I fed them some cubes, some kind of cubes, plus the hay. And of course I built a water line from the city of White Oak, had a water line on the land behind me, and it was probably 400 or 500 yards. It was a long pipeline, but I got a digging machine and dug it up and hooked onto the main line. The main line from the city of White Oak, which was near the farm, went out to the Sun Pipeline tank farm for fire protection. So it was a large diameter water line, and I broke into that with the county's approval. In fact, they put the valve, had a cutoff valve there, and then I built the water line, which was quite a long water line. I think it was a 1-inch water line, as I recall, maybe 1.5. It was hard digging and hard going, but we finally got the water. And of course, the bottom, Hawkins Creek ran through the bottom of the land out into the Sabine River, and it would flood occasionally, and so there was pools of water in the bottom pasture most all the time from rain, and that's where they drank. But I didn't like it because I didn't want my cows to drink water where they'd go and stand. You go down the road, you'd see cattle standing in these water tanks, and they defecate, and that's what spread the disease. I read that in my book, see, and these other guys didn't know that. I mean, they still have cattle standing in water, and the cattle drinking right there. It was ridiculous. But I got to know more than some of the old guys because they didn't read. They just did what Grandpa did, which somehow or another they survived, but they lost cattle from the disease. Leptospirosis is a cow disease they got from drinking there. So I felt proud that I got that from reading. I did the right things, and the cattle grew and had calves, and then they grew up, and we bred them, and the herd advanced. And I also bought some more cows from this guy too. So we built up our herd, quite a few cattle and bulls, and I would take the cattle to the Longview auction to sell them, and I wasn't getting good price for them because they didn't recognize them as purebreds, even though they were. I mean, I didn't have papers on them, but they were beautiful cows, and I looked like it was horrible. I was getting money, not the kind of money I expected, and that's when I decided in a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, to go into the meat business, and made a deal with a butcher down in Kilgore, and I would load up the cattle 6 o'clock Monday morning, and with the cows in the cattle trailer, take them down there, and he'd slaughter them. And I started making, sell half a cow or a quarter of a cow, and I sold 1 or 2 that way, and it got to be a problem finding people that want that much meat. So I, again, reading books and everything, I decided we'd make them all into hamburger, and a purebred meat hamburger be really good hamburger. So that's what we started in the hamburger, and I started selling them at two health food stores because they were raised without antibiotics and no chemicals on the farm. I got into that. Didn't have any kind of sprays. The only spray I put was fertilizer spray, which was fish and seaweed emulsion. I had a sprayer on the tractor and go down the road, down the fields, and had these spray rigs. And I'm sure people going down the highway thought I was putting chemicals on it. They didn't know the difference. That's the way it was. But I sprayed fish and I had to get it out of Maine. Very expensive, shipping 5, 6 gallon containers on a truck from Maine. That got to be expensive, but that was part of it. And I also grew vegetables. I started then from the cattle, but I started growing organic vegetables. And I had a big garden with underground sprinklers there, drip irrigation. I grew tomatoes, peppers, squash, potatoes, and all kinds of vegetables. Purple hull peas, which we loved that. And I actually grew a 1 acre or 2 acres of purple hull peas in the field, and plus in the garden. And snap beans, Blue Lake snap beans. I had 5 different types of tomatoes, and had a huge garden. And I had a backpack with the sprayer on it, and I'd walk up and spray this emulsion on there. Same thing we used out in the cattle to fertilize the vegetables. It did the same thing in the field. So then I had more vegetables than I could eat, our friends, so we started selling the vegetables. And in fact, I was the only organic farmer in Longview and Gregg County, period, Gregg County, the whole county. So the reporters got me down and did a full page article in the Sunday paper on me, to picture me in the front page of the Sunday paper. In those days, the Sunday paper had a section with the TV channels in it, and that was a section. So you could tear it out and keep it because it had all the TV programs for the week, each page, Monday, Wednesday through Friday, Saturday. And I was the lead story in that paper. But even though I was the lead story, I didn't get any response from that. In fact, about 2 years later, some elderly couple came out there, and the paper had turned yellow. It was so old. And she waved and said, "Is this you, Mr. Collins?" I said, "Yeah, I'm still alive." I said, "Well, we want a pound of tomatoes." They drove from 20, 30 miles away to get a pound of tomatoes. And I had some guy, I remember some guy in a big fancy Cadillac or Buick, a big high-priced Buick. He drove up, he says, "Where's your vegetable stand?" And we were right there by the garden. I said, "Well, what do you want?" He said, "I want some tomatoes." I said, "Well, there they are, growing, they're growing." And he said, "I want fresh." So I picked him up. I said, "He fresh enough?" He bought a pound of tomatoes, drove from wherever to get 1 pound of tomatoes. So I said, "Well, I gotta sell these vegetables." So I started an organic farm vegetable club, and got people come out and signed up that they would take so many pounds of fruit, vegetables every month. So I'd have that, plus I had a sign on the street, organic farm and this and that, and the hours that we would pick and so forth, and people could drive in off the highway and buy them. So the problem with the organic vegetable club, so to speak. They all signed up. They'd be out at least every 2 weeks and buy so many pounds of various types of vegetable. Well, they didn't show up oftentimes. In fact, one guy showed up about 3 months later, and I said, I run him off. I said, no, you're not in the club because you haven't been here in 3 months. I mean, I can't keep this thing going. So as a result, I had some customers in town. I'd take them to their houses, but it wasn't enough to keep up with the production. So I took a lot of them down to the old folks home in Kilgore, which is right 4 or 5 miles from the farm. And I remember seeing those old ladies sitting on the front porch of the rocking, shelling those peas. You know, they just loved getting those tomatoes. So I was actually giving stuff away to keep. I didn't want them to go to waste.
Yeah.
And so that was part of that. And then the state of Texas finally came up with regulations for organic farms, and I didn't want some guy with a suit and tie on come out from Austin to tell me how to grow organic, so I called myself a natural farm. I got rid of the name organic, but it was still the same thing. Everything was done organically, but I didn't want some highfalutin guy from Austin to come out there and tell me something, so we got off that. So the newspaper found out about him somehow or another, and I had that full-page article in the Sunday paper, which I said. And then I found out that the bluebirds were there, and I read some of my farm books that if you grew pumpkins, not eating pumpkins, but pumpkins for jack-o'-lantern pumpkins, they call it, hard-shell pumpkins. And I found out from the bluebird lady, found out what the names of the girls were. So I read that story in that farm book, that when they were small, about the size of a big softball, you could carve the names in with a pocket knife, and then as they grew, the name would expand. So I got the names of all the girls. I don't know, it was 35, 40 girls, and we had that many pumpkins, and carved their names in, and then when they were big for picking, and then they could get out the hull and put a candle in them if they wanted. And I told them, girls, if you go out in the pumpkin patch, and if you can find one with your name on it, it's free. You don't have to buy it. So they all went out, and you hear those little girls scream, "Oh, Betsy Ann, here's a pumpkin, here's Jerry Ann." They were so happy. And the bluebird lady says, "You know, Mr. Collins, I'm sorry we didn't get the TV station out here. We got them too late. It was too late. They'd already had their people going someplace for that weekend, you know. But next year we'll do it." Of course, next year we ended up moving down to Cedar Park. But I enjoyed it. And the girls all wrote me little thank you notes, which I have a big folder full of all the little girls thanking me, Mr. Collins, for the pumpkins, and their parents loved it. That was worth it, doing that for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
So we had a good time with the pumpkin patch, yeah. And I gave a lot, as I say, I gave a lot of vegetables to the nursing homes and to the old folks' homes too. I wasn't going to throw anything away. I had some customers, but not enough to keep up with it. But as I got known by Rex Youngblood, who was the county agent, and I talked to him about raising farms, vegetables organically, and he wasn't into that too much. He said, "No, I just use chemicals, don't worry." No. So he came out with another guy to interview. They had a back farm show on the local cable TV. It was once a week. They'd go to different farms and ranchers and interview them. So they came out to Hawkins Creek Farm and interviewed me, and we ended up being in a patch of purple hull peas. And they were just beautiful, big road, about an acre full of purple hull peas. They all had peas on them, maturing peas. And we got on the ground squatting, and the camera was talking to us, and we were picking the peas off. And I could eat the peas right out of the shell without even cooking them. They were that good. And this other guy with Rex Youngblood, I forget his name, he wasn't a county agent, he was just a farmer. And I said, "You want some of these?" He said, "No, I already had breakfast." And we laughed about it. So they had an hour show, and I was on the video with that. And we enjoyed that. showing how I did them, how they picked them. I had bushel baskets and peck baskets, and I had them painted red stripes so people would know it's the farm basket. Don't take them home. And they could buy by the bushel or the peck. They could pick, you pick or we pick. If you pick their own vegetables, it was just a lower price. And what I picked, it was more or less I had to pay for my labor, and that's the way I sold them. And I remember one lady came out, and she took she bought a bushel of Purple Hull peas, and dumped them in a plastic garbage bag into the trunk of her car. And I told her, that's not too good to put, that's going to heat up. She said, oh, that's all right. Well, she got home there in Longview and forgot the Purple Hull peas were in the trunk for a number of hours in the summertime. And of course it ruined the peas. And she blamed it on me, you know, she didn't want to pay for them. I said, well, don't worry about it. You did wrong, you should have never done that. But, you know, people do things like that. So, anyway, it didn't turn out to be it was labor intensive, and it wasn't making any money. I was going in a hole big time. So that's when I started with the hamburger for sure, 100%. And I sold them to 2 health food stores and had customers. In fact, I ended up having customers in Dallas. Somebody from Longview had kinfolks in Dallas, as I remember, and spread the word about me. So I had a number of women over there ordered up the beef. I was out of the vegetables, ordered the beef, and we made it in hamburgers. So it was all the steaks, the roasts, and it had beautiful hamburger. I mean, because it had all the, usually hamburgers are the end cuttings, you know, the rump and this and that. This was the real stuff in it. So I would go when I'd get enough orders from the people in Dallas. I'd meet them off 635 at a bank park. Well, it was the big office buildings, a bank, and it surrounded this parking lot. And I would meet them there like 10 o'clock Monday morning or whatever morning we agreed on, and there would always be. I sold it all because they ordered it and they loved it. So we would stand out in the parking lot at about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I had plastic bags to put the stuff in, and there were people up on the wall looking down at me. I said, they may think I'm selling dope here, but I'm putting all this stuff in plastic bags. I said, we're allowed to be arrested here, ladies. They all laughed. But they bought everything. And so I was making, I didn't make a lot of money, but because they didn't order every week. But anyway, it grew there, and so I had some customers in Dallas, and then I found out that there was an organic farm store opened up in Dallas on off 635. I'm trying to think of the name of the road. Anyway, that this guy from Austin was building an organic food store from Austin. So I went over and met him. I was trying to sell the meat, so I asked the butcher, I said, I got this meat. He said, well, the owner's right there. What's that guy's name? That owns Whole Foods.
I don't remember that.
Well, anyway, Whole Foods. And so I met with him, but he couldn't handle. It was just new. The store was just new. He couldn't commit to how much meat to buy and all. He graduated me and do because he was into organics, and it got to be a big chain all over the country now. It's a famous chain. Started out. So I met the guy, but we didn't make a deal because I'd have to get a refrigerated truck or something, you know, if he wanted that much meat. It just didn't work out, but I enjoyed meeting the guy, and we talked about organics. He congratulated me on trying to do this. So.
You were before your time.
Yeah, that's right, I was before my time. The organic wasn't fully known. In fact, this guy was before his time. He had that one small store in Austin, which has grown to a big store, which is the main store now for the whole company there. And anyway, it was interesting. I enjoyed all of it, but I ended up just raising cattle and ended up taking the cattle to the auction barn. I had too many calves to make meat. We made meat, but we just ran out. Didn't have enough customers. So so I enjoyed the farm. That was my life during the
You
farm.
loved it. Sounds like you led
I
a
would
very
go out-
interesting life.
I'd go out 6 o'clock every morning, summer, winter, whatever. In fact, the winter time, the roads iced up, and I had a 4-wheel drive with big knob tires on it, and I had to go down to the Hawkins Creek bottom, and went out there one morning to move the cows to dip fast and break the ice on the troughs so they could drink the water. It was in bathtubs. The water was in old bathtubs, and break the water ice on that so they could have them put some hay out. Then I'd go back to Mama's store. I bought her the Merle Norman store, which she always wanted, which was the best thing I ever did for Mama. Her Merle Norman store, when she had to go to 2 weeks in Los Angeles to go to the Merle Norman's business to learn how to business and sell the products. And while she was out there, I was then working on, I retired from Sun Company and was working with Wilbur's Butler's Engineers in Tulsa, Oklahoma on a project that ended me up in Russia and Kazakhstan. And Mother was out there in Los Angeles and caught the shingles. And I flew out there on my weekend. I flew from Tulsa out there to stay with her. And God bless her, she couldn't hardly put any clothes on. It was horrible. Of course, she was in getting a doctor, and they were giving her stuff, but it was very difficult. But she's tough. She stayed in that school, sat in the classrooms, worked in the laboratories with the shingles. How she did it. But she had to pass that course to be able to open the store. Because that was the rules. And later on, Donna, her middle daughter, went out there and went to the school, and she started helping Mother at the store. And then Donna went off and did something else, and we hired some girls, some ladies, 2 ladies to help Mother at the store. And the business was doing good. And the main thing is she enjoyed it. And she made friends with a lot of people, would come there and just talk about their family. She said, I feel like I'm a psychologist. They would talk about their kids or their husband, whatever, and getting along. Mother was a psychiatrist, listening to all these we would talk in between customers. And the customer would come, she'd get up, wait, and then this woman would start her tour again. And I would open the store. I'd get down, I'd go to the farm at 6 o'clock and move the cattle, and I'd get the store opened at 10. So I'd get back about 9, at least 9 o'clock. And I would wipe all the fingerprints off the counters and clean the store, run the vacuum. And the open light, we had a neon light that said open or close. It didn't say closed, it said, well, but the lights were on, so women would stop by. And I said, well, we're not open, but I'm the husband, if I can help you. And this woman, I remember one woman bought in some powder puffs. She said, these powder puffs are bad. I said, well, let me look at it, what's wrong with it? And they were powder puffs, as hard as a rock. And I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm taking my makeup off of these powders. I said, no, the powder puff is used powder. Can you believe this is a 40-year-old woman didn't know it was powder, the powder puff? Well, Mary Norman always said, the customer's right. So I gave her some more powder puff, and she assured me she knew to put powder. And we sent them back that Mary Norman, they'd pay for it. I mean, we wouldn't be out any money. And another lady came in with some problem. I forget what it was, but she didn't know how to use it either, and I showed her how to use it. And it's amazing that grown up women didn't know how to use products. Anyway, Mother would come at 10 o'clock, and I'd go back to the farm because I was still building fences, and I had stuff to do all the time. It was a full-time job. And I put a radio system in. I got a commercial radio system, installed it at the house, and Mother had a portable, and I had a portable. And when the people, she would always start with $100 in 20s, 10s, 5s, and 1s and coins, and somebody brought in a $100 bill. Well, that means she ran out of change, and that was before a lot of credit cards, where a lot of people paid cash. She called me on the radio, you got to come in here and go to the bank. I got $100. So I'd come back in, go to the bank, which is just two blocks away, and go get the money change, come back, then I'd go back to the farm. And in the wintertime, when it got dark, of course I couldn't work at the cows at dark, But I wanted to be sure to protect her. I was afraid of a robbery or something like that, you know. Who knows? We're on a main road there. That's good for the store, but I was there at night to be sure nothing was happening to her. And in fact, one day, a car had a wreck out there in the right up on the road off the park, and we were down in a hole, in a little well, and the wheel came off. It hit the front door. The wheel came off the car, banged, and it didn't break the door though, so it bounced off. I said, boy, that's scary. If that door had been open, to come in here and hurt somebody. But anyway, things like that happen. And then one time I wasn't there. It was during the daytime. I was at the farm, and two black ladies came in, and one stood there with her mother, and the other lady said, "Can I use your restroom?" Well, mother, I told her never to do it, but she did it. Put her purse in the restroom. There's a little sink in there beside the commodes and stuff, and that gal stole the credit cards. And while the other one was talking to mother, there was 4 bottles of expensive perfume. It was not Merle Norman, didn't make perfume, somebody, and this gal, it was the wintertime, had big coats on. And this gal talking to mother, and mother was diverted. She stole 4 bottles. And of course they had the credit card. Soon they hit Walmart. When they left the store, when we figured out what was going on, we called the police. And I went to Walmart. They had cameras, but you couldn't see. The cameras weren't that good. So we of course, that was in the evening, dark in the wintertime, and we canceled the credit card the next day. But they ran up almost $1,000 worth of stuff, stores. They went all over Longview and Tyler, and I say $1,000, a lot of money anyway. So we learned our lesson. Mother put her purse down there where the cash and wrap was, and behind her was a storeroom. So it was a nice little store. In fact, I and a regular carpenter, it was a store. It was in a little business center where the office was. The Merle one was going to. It was a insurance office, and we had to go in there and tear down the walls and open it up, make a store, make the storeroom. The bathroom was already there for the offices. And this carpenter and I spent 2 weeks, and we worked up into the evening. We made long days to modify that place into a business, and put shelves on the walls, and put this nice board on the wall. Really made it nice. Put new ceilings in it, new lights. And Mother and I found out from Merle Norman that a lady in North Louisiana, forget the name of the town, was going out of business. And they wanted us to buy Merle Norman furniture, which is special built for the store. So we went up there and loaded up in my pickup truck, got all the cabinets. And this lady was a heavy smoker, and all the cabinets you could smell smoke. And I remember we set them out in the parking lot, a sunny day, air out. And then we moved them in to the store, and it took another week to set up the stores. And I went down and got some neon signs Merle Norman built. Put them up over the store, and then I also got what is it? An awning. It said Merle Norman on it. Yeah, a nice awning, and got those made and had those installed. So it looked pretty fancy. Yeah, and the guy next door to us was he worked on the stock market stuff, and he had a satellite dish for his store, but right over our bill looked like we had a satellite, but whatever. And I ended up buying one of these stands that you could put advertisements on. I put it out in the front yard, and I built a flower bed out there between the parking lot and the road. Nice flowers to make it look nice, and so we put specials on the deal. And it was a new store. The days they opened 10 to 6, you know, let people know. It was on one of the Gilmer Highway, main traffic road. We had a lot of traffic. And all the women that worked at business normally, the young women needed makeup, and some of the older women, you know, bought some other stuff, creams and all that stuff, aging creams or whatever. So anyway, it was a good business. Mother hired some people to help her. and we got to be friends with those folks, and it was a good business. I enjoyed it, mother enjoyed it. Then once a year they had a Merrill Norman convention, which was at a different town. The people that owned Merrill Norman, the Merrill Norman lady was the daughter of the original Merrill Norman company, and it was a private company. They weren't on the stock market, but they had stores all over, like, I don't know, 1,000 stores all over the United States. But the owners didn't want to go to New York. So that was the one place they didn't have a store in New York. They had them in all big major cities and little towns like Sour Lake, small towns, all over. And we go on a convention every year, so we got to travel the country and the expenses. We went to Nashville, we went to, we went to Chicago. Hawaii, one time to Hawaii, yeah, and of course Los Angeles, and I think Las Vegas. We went to Las Vegas one time, and of course we'd go 2 days ahead of the convention and tour and sightsee where we went. So we got to Boston, we had a good time, and then the convention was 3 days, and at that they all gave us a whole bunch of new products to start with, so you could at least have something to take home with you. So we made money on the convention, and of course we charged the hotel and everything to our Merrill Norman business. It was a business account, so it was good. So we traveled a lot around and enjoyed it. And we met other Merrill Norman owners from around the country, made friends just for the convention time. And they'd have Hollywood stars come and perform at the big dinner, famous movie stars, singers, dancers, piano people played the piano, famous people, and we enjoyed that. We had a good time. So that was one of the fallouts, but then Mother began getting ill. She ended up having lung cancer, and they went in and operated on her. We wanted to take, in fact, she had a little cough, but it didn't pay much attention to it. So we went for a routine check at Dr. Greifenkamp, who was our family doctor in Longview, and got an x-ray. And one afternoon he called me, he said, "I want you and Lorraine to be in my office 5 o'clock today, period. It's don't cancel." So we had to make arrangements. One of the girls come that had gone off for the day to come take the store over the last couple hours, and we went to his office, and he had that screen on his office wall, and I could look. It was a big black circle there, cancer in that right lung, the left lung. And he said, "We got to operate." I said, "Well, we go to MD Anderson." "No, you ain't going to. I got 2 young surgeons just moved here from Dallas. I know them. If you go to MD Anderson, no doctor in Longview or any will be able to handle you. You have to go to MD Anderson for a regular visit or anything. If you have local doctors here, we'll take care of you. We have oncologists here in Longview, and I'm your family doctor. I'll stay with you." So we had these 2 young guys, and every time we went for an interview with any doctor, "Well, how many cigarettes you smoke?" "I never smoked cigarettes." They couldn't believe it. Said it looked like some cigarettes. Well, of course, Mr. Hoppower smoked a lot. He was a big, heavy smoker. We didn't blame anybody, just part of life. So they operated on her, and then she didn't take no chemo. It was like 8 or 10 weeks of radiation. So I would take her down there, and she'd lay on the table, and they'd put the grease pencil in and get that beam there. And then she was going through it about maybe 6 weeks into it, had like 4 weeks to go. And Nam Tate, a guy I worked for the company, said, "There's a group of us going to the country of Estonia to help them break away from Russia." I mean, the Russians weren't in control. They were silent, somewhat, but they were breaking away a little. "We want to help the country. We're going at our own expenses." And the guy that called me said, I've got a health problem, I can't go, can you go in my place? And I said, okay. I asked Mother, she was still taking radiation, but she was at the store. Of course, she'd stay there at the store like 3 or 4 hours. And the girls would take the rest of the time as she was recovering. She said, yeah, go. It was about a week's deal. So I went over there. She was good about letting me go. And so we helped the country try to get established away from the Russians. And we had a project. We were going to get the money from the World Bank to do this project on power generation. And so we did all the surveys. We had a mechanical engineer. I was the electronics for the instruments of the power plant. And we had a radiation health expert with us, and another engineer who actually, his parents were from the country and he could speak the language. So he went with us. He's from Brown University up in Long Island there. I met him. And the company we were going to do the survey put us up in a company house. It was an old 2-story old house. And they made it into rooms up there. And I remember one of the guys got the room with a bathtub, and the rest of us had to go down the hall to a shower, which everybody at the rooms used. I could hear the Russians talking loud at night, Russian, you know, and we could hear them in the shower down the room because we had to wait to get out. And they took us to the plant, which had a cafeteria. We ate the food there at the plant, which I don't remember what it was, but it kept us alive anyway. It wasn't something I liked, but we ate it to be courteous if nothing else. And I remember going to Dr. Greifenkamp, telling him I was going to Estonia. I said, do you have any presents I can hand out over there? So he gave me a whole bunch of ballpoint pens with these medical people. You know, I gave him 2 ballpoint pens. So I bought a whole bunch of ballpoint pens, and I knew people in Russia smoked a lot. So I got 2 packs of cigarettes, I don't know what brand it was, just to hand out as friendship, you know. So I bought the ballpoint pens, and I remember one day we were in the capital of Estonia. That's where we were operating at. And there was a whole bunch of schoolgirls. There was a big statue there, the liberation statue before Russians took over. And they had 2 guards there all the time with guns, you know, dressed up, just patrolling around and stuff. And this school, the teacher, 2 teachers, and I don't know, 10 or 12, maybe 15 girls, little girls, maybe 8 or 10 years old girls. So when they got done talking, of course I couldn't talk, and the guy that could talk Estonian, he wasn't with me. So I just went over and motioned to the teacher. I had a whole bag full of pens, so they all reached in and got a pen for themselves. And then they had a farmer's market there near the statue, and I went around and handed cigarettes out to the people. Anyway, so.